Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Alive?
Her safety catch flips to off.
Where? Last place he expected to find himself, I bet. Would be funny if it wasn't. So, not the Weeping Eye, Empter. That one's the big bank, right? Seems like they found some territory then, if he's currently chained up in it. What's he giving them? Are we fucked? Shit. Pretty hardcore. Maybe you are the real thing, or the closest we've got. Thanks for coming through, Herschel.
The way she says your name is stiff somehow. Like she's forcing herself to say it that way.
I honestly don't know. Temple never said anything about him, which was strange. Most of the time, he can't wait to tell you about his latest secret. This one? He was terrified from the jump. This old prick say anything else? And what's that gonna cost you? Well, we've got to do something about him, haven't we, Herschel? Loose fucking end. Someone's gonna trip and break their neck.
The girl watches you, dancing her cigarette back and forth in front of her face. Tempo's half of the deal. This unusual device. Pull back the curtain.
Speak your piece. Who do you trust? Me or this clapped up old clown? Oh, that mega violator. Yeah, sure, I've got it.
No backhanded retort. No reflexive insult.
Rarest you've ever known. One of a kind, even. Yeah. Intimately.
A memory passes through an older memory, and each calls the other a ghost. Both leave a little of themselves within the other.
When'd you get so slow, Hirsch? Me. I'm right here. Always have been. Death's for small thinkers. Transitory cunts. I'm the eternal kind. You think Taxman, prized fucking asset, wouldn't hold up his end of the promise? I told him, Cascade or nothing.
Person to person.
He is there and not there. All your senses twitch at the eeriness, at the undeniability of it. 3 breaths fill the room, 2 in perfect sync. The girl stubs out her cigarette, steady yet forceful, suddenly engrossed in the act of crushing.
How you been, Hirsch?
I've missed you around. They're more like bootlegs. Imprints, I think they call them. Sounds impossible, right? I thought so too, but clearly, a little bit possible. Witchcraft. It's like a bad mirror. A wishing well for your loose dreams, for all the inner colors of you. It starts with a memory or something. But don't ask me, I was considerably fucking hypnotized for most of it. Kind of. He just gave me a load of ketamine, which I'm pretty sure isn't in the official manual. But you have to be like a blank slate. Totally receptive, basically comatose.
A weave of city away, the being formerly known as Pseudopod twitches in his dream.
There were pictures on the wall projected from the machine, and I think an image of Tempo as a kid. Like I said, fucking witchcraft. Darker than I remember them. I don't have shit of his memories either, so let's not play 20 fucking questions. I'm just him now, and that's it. Because Tempo was scared of everything. He wanted the backup. He thought they were gonna kill him. Keen prediction. He told me before he did it. He sat me down and explained it all. Blood dripping out of his nose, totally off his face, but not like slurring his words or anything. He said he'd be dead soon. He could feel it. And they were, evidently. Maybe they were the least of his enemies. This place is wide, Hirsch, and it switches up faster than you can believe. Plenty of cunts out there with murderous intent. There was rain in my head, Hirsch. It was always raining, and it was always midnight beyond the clouds. I wanted... I don't know. Not that. And why would I want that? Haven't yet. I'll let you know. Anyway, this is a forever kind of deal. And the deal is, I deal with it. Move the fuck on. It feels like I can't quite remember myself. Like I'm watching myself through dream glass. All smudged and smeared. I watched a lot of TV as a kid. Whenever there was a bad storm, the blocking antennas would get fucked and we'd see pieces of Luthien TV breaking through. All weird and wavy. That's how it feels sometimes. Like a signal error. Hearing someone else's thoughts and now they're yours. But the static's not the thoughts. It's my mind trying to make sense of them. Nope, just me. But also there's more me now, outside the coverage zone. Yeah. Curse go forward, curse go back. Weird, yes, but there's nothing fucking singular about it.
This is no mere scheme. It's an enchantment. the likes of which the Operant Bureau has never before encountered.
Because there's a lot at stake. Because I didn't know whether you were on my side, let alone dependable. And because you were pretty late. Being predictable isn't a good thing, Hirsch. Also, I really didn't think you'd believe me. I mean, I wouldn't.
And yet, doesn't it chime a distant chord? The Lusian political elite being strange copies of themselves.
Yeah, the pricks in power fire it up whenever they need a new politicant. All from one guy, bootlegging himself over and over for like 300 years. According to Tempo, anyway. But when we covered intra-Luthien relations in history class, they didn't say shit about it.
A theory often dismissed as rumor, but taken more seriously on the top levels of the Operant Bureau. The Lusian political ministry are all identical psychic graphs of the same ancient philosopher.
If it is, I'd like to know who's paying out. Yeah, sure, Hirsch. All that shit in the office was just red paint. It's Yana. Just one Yana. Thanks, Hirsch. New World Order. Still getting to grips with it. Right here. It's mystical fucking gear, Hirsch. I hardly threw it out.
From beneath her chair, she pulls out a small console device, about the size of a dinner tray. Colored buttons flank a large, dark screen.
I'm getting ominously cool, Hirsch. This is the thing that made me what I am. Nope. Fucked. Needs batteries. Special Luthien batteries. Might be better for you to, you know, hang on to it or something.
Finally, the Herschel clone army can begin to fill its deviant ranks.
Because it reminds me I'm basically some failed test pressing. Also, you seem like you're in a load of shit, Hirsch. Maybe you need a backup yourself. So do me a fucking favor. And no, it did not come with an adapter. But it does have cocaine in the seams. And a little bit of nose blood. Speak your piece. All right, Hirsch. Psychologize me. I don't think so. The Bazaar's receipts don't think so either. People say the culture goes backwards, or downhill, or whatever the fuck. There's only one real blockade to culture. Blind and deafen yourself. Then maybe you're protected. Anything else? No chance. We'll find you eventually. Fine with me. One more thing, Hirsch. Now that we're adequately acquainted, I need you to check in on someone for me.
She flicks loose ash from the end of her cigarette and watches the orange glow die.
You up for it or what? His name's Marco.
the teen with the scarf, though you recall him as more scarf than teen.
He's not my boyfriend. We were just hanging out for a while. Maybe we still are. Whatever. Yucky. Some cunt has me in his crosshairs. A cunt with weird headphones and a shit mustache. Dunno. Headphones are the defining feature. And the fact he's after me. That's why I'm here, and not in a bazaar. Midnight pricks won't stop exiting the fucking woodwork. Well, I'm pretty sure it's about that imprinting device. The Mega Violator.
The soft piano music rises again, nearby yet very far beyond you.
He probably knows I have it, or had it, because now you've got it. Honestly, I don't like having it around. I can hear it snickering at me, but I'm not trying to fuck you over. Promise.
She takes a deliberate drag, eyes on you one moment, the cigarette the next.
I'm about action, Hirsch. I'm smoking this headphone cunt out. My asset is already in theater. Kryptonym scarf. Yes, obviously. But also, do I?
Overplaying it needlessly. The Operant Bureau's instructors would have a lot of notes.
Use your spy shit. Make contact. Tell him I approved the meet. Yeah, you spoke to him. Now I need you to make contact with him. Keep up, Hirsch. Fucking hell. Also, you can tell him that my schedule freed up this weekend, so I could see him for like 1 hour, maybe. As long as nothing better comes up, which it might. Then be something more useful. I like enemies. They solidify my fucking position. But you know what solidifies it even more? No, other people taking care of those enemies for me.
There is no response, just the sound of your own breath against cool plastic.
Looks like you missed your tram.
Controllers here. Gang, scatter.
But at least you didn't get yourself zeroed out. So thank you for that. Just a casual phone call between old friends. We've got a lot to catch up about. You really went off script back there. We're lucky an old associate reached out and filled us in.
Ahead of you, there. Today, 0 soul down. Artificial dreams flicker against the wall. Fleeting promises of what could be yours for the price of a few soul.
We're only as good as our sources, even when those sources don't technically exist. You know, I've heard in the developed world they have semioticians who insert secret meta messages into advertisements.
Summer, get out of...
Messages that bypass the mind's conscious defenses entirely, going straight from your senses into your preconscious.
Moss and lichen removal. Your task etches itself in the folds of your subconscious.
Shh, operant. Not everything that can be said should.
A bird passes across the beam of the projector, casting a lunatic shadow as it goes.
I don't know that I'd go that far. We make it up as we go along. The meaning comes after. You said whatever happens has already happened. So in that sense, there's no choice to make.
Assassinate a high-ranking foreign official. Return to the Operant Bureau's graces. This is the offer that's been extended to you. A chance to put the gang back together. Through the rain clouds, you catch glimpses of an uncountable audience, shimmering in their seats. No confirmation, no denial.
Cascade, are you there? Good. We need you there. Let's talk about what you need now. A plan, a tool, some friends. You recently made a new acquaintance, did you not? An older foreign gentleman.
The old prisoner.
He seems like a highly knowledgeable individual. I'm sure he could help you find a suitable time and place for your purposes. Is that so? I didn't realize you two were still in touch. Well, the Manuspati has given us a very interesting board state. Well done. If there's a deal to be struck, your old friend will be the one to approve it. How wonderfully convenient. Illusions of entrepreneurship. Very concerning. Also tangential. Talk to Essie. Find out what your new acquaintance is worth to them. Give them the moon if they ask for it. We'll make it up as we go along. I was thinking something discreet, portable, quiet.
A pistol with suppressor, either built-in or attachable.
Ha. Sadly, we haven't got the time nor the connections to arrange a proper import. This one's going to have to be procure in theater.
Opera speak for your problem.
I told them we should have stuffed something in the fax machine. Alas, my request was deemed extravagant. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you.
Go Eyes, the street hustler and man of many endeavors. He's your lead.
Oh, excellent. You didn't think you were going to do this alone, did you?
The photograph feels warm in your pocket all of a sudden.
You won't know until you've asked. Besides, you don't need a network. What you need is a squad.
Squad, from square, a formation that can defend itself in 4 directions.
The knight errant, to assemble and guide the rest. The cupbearer, to stand by you absolutely. The astronomist, to reflect things in a different light. The fool, for a reason known only to one. That's a great shame. I'll make sure he gets his unmarked star. Much like your old friend himself. And you think she might be up for this? Worth asking about her availability in any event. No question. You and he always got along. Friends even. Good with wires and things, wasn't he? A decent fool. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? We don't have to rehash ancient lore, but if you were to insist, he could take up his old role as your astronomist. Right. The stress of the job seems to have left your double somewhat
Fucked.
inert. I would probably count him out for this assignment. Right, your cop friend, the Carabinero. He could play nicely as a fool, assuming he hasn't pickled himself in schnapps. A controller must know of what she speaks. For your squad, probably not. But she may end up playing an important role all the same.
No way. She hates us. Can't hang with gang.
Yes, she probably would take any role you offered her. Her, I actually have a note on here in my files. Seems her father set up a clinic on a houseboat somewhere in Kisak. Maybe worth paying him a visit.
A houseboat doctor. Could it be Dr. Hugo? Perhaps he's changed his name.
I'll be there for you as well. You can reach me from any payphone if you need help in theater. For anything extra sensitive, you can call me from the phone in your apartment. It's a pleasure to be working together again. Now get some rest. Don't fall for false advertising.
A click, then nothing.
see. Someone causing you grief, baby girl? Then, hypothetically, it's not that simple. Since you're not local, let me explain something. B-Town's not like other places. Yeah, there's guns around, but you don't get one easily. The laws are tight. Carabineros roll out these gunpowder sniffing hounds and go on walks a couple times a year. You know, to remind people what's what. The dogs are a mean foreign breed. No hair, all teeth. My cousin, Alishba, lost a chunk of her calf to one. I'm sure she was, but she's still not walking right a decade later. My point is, you don't walk armed around here. Nah. I'm saying, show me your palms. Hold them out, side by side, even. My great-grandmother, back at Rustam, she was a strega. Saved 3 men from suicide. She married a Rostanji and made him quit.
A high-ranking member of the military, sworn to protect the Rustamian head of state, back when the dream of Rustam still was a state. The past you can account for, but the future...
Could mean anything, could mean nothing. Whatever it is, you'll be better off facing it with my protection.
People like him have an intuition for things like this. Mystic knowledge, passed down through the generations. This isn't good news.
Your love line is split clean in two. About midway, like you were cut off for a while. First time seeing this. I can see you're barely shaking.
Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates.
All right, you good? We can talk. Maybe if I take you out to dinner one night. You, me, lamb tagine, slow cooked in saffron and cinnamon. Fluffy couscous, drizzled butter, honeyed eggplants for dessert. But for now, business. Just say the word. All right, let's start with the big picture. What kind of protection are we talking about?
Massive. We want it big enough to drop something with hooves.
Classy but simple. Keeping it on the down low so you don't attract too much attention. I see you. Steel or polymer? Legacy versus logistics. Steel's hefty, but kicks less. Polymer's light, slick, plastic fantastic. Personally, I'm a steel man. That's my girl. Now, this one's crucial. Safety switch, or you ride and roll.
A leash. No thanks.
I can respect that. Plus, you get the satisfaction of taking it all. For you, I'll even throw in an add-on. Gratis. Got a particular in mind?
Keeping it quiet wouldn't go amiss.
I'll see if I can get you a subsonic kit. It'll be a stubby suppressor. Oh man, I'm excited for you. Give me 2 months, and it's yours. Tomorrow? Shit. Why do I always fall for the high maintenance girls? Alright. It won't be your dream piece, but it'll be good. Only thing is, I need cash up front. 200 sold. Non-negotiable.
You sure about this? You could just make your dream piece instead. You already have a book with gun schematics inside. Just got to piece it all together.
Alright. Just tell me when you have the money. I'll handle the rest. I'll be seeing you.
I'll print. Oh? Are you considering decorating? I told Pseudopod to use tape and not tacks if he needed to hang something. But of course, as paying tenants, you are technically allowed to personalize the space however you'd like.
Though within reason is implied. Tape retains a lower profile, leaves no holes, no evidence. Also, she won't hesitate to subtract the price of wall repairs from your stipend.
He doesn't seem to have gotten around to it. I thought... well, he seemed a little homesick. I thought it might help. So, that's a no, then. Well, regardless, I know Pseudopod wasn't able to pass along the word, so I just wanted to let you know. If you do have any questions, let me know. Go on, then. Divorced.
Unwelcome terrain. Tread lightly.
He grew bored of me. Wasn't in the cards. Of course. Something else on your mind, Operant? I'll be here if you require anything.
A single sheet of paper lies in the tray. At the top of the page is a header next to a grayscale logo you can't make out. Portaferro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration, Payload and Ballistics. Silo 1, Sublevel 4, Pete Ultract Portaferro. Cascade, Possess Information, Critical. Go all the way down. Miho. Miho. Who know? Nothing in the directories. Only thing under MI is Mia Holloway, your first almost girlfriend. Grand Marshalless of the Bitch Parade. Portaferro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration. Not a letterhead that sees much use these days. The site of the failed launch. It was abandoned soon after. These days, it's a wasteland of space metal and local myth. This Miho entity is waiting for you at the dark end of the silo. Your landlady glances up, then quickly looks back down with a non-committal shrug. Silence is the best method to retain plausible deniability. You make short work of the cheap paper. Soon the sheet is a sodden ball of matter between your teeth. You swallow it down in one go, taking any secrets with you. You turn away from the fax machine. You approach your double. A faint line of drool darkens the sheet. We must imagine Pseudopod happy. As you consider the vacant face of your inanimate double, your thoughts turn towards the mysterious imprinting device, its weight suddenly all too palpable. Some things are better left untouched. A brief red pulse, then nothing. Without batteries, the device is useless. You return to the workbench. This now is a gunsmith's workshop, just waiting to realize itself. The instrument of death calls out from the future, begging you to bring it into being. You picture the mechanism of a firearm. If you hit the bullet hard enough, it flies towards your enemy. You consult the Wang guide and rattle off the materials checklist. Plywood, glue and tools, check. Broomstick, check. Pipe, check. 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 500 grams of molten plastic or epoxy, check. One of the prized wolf cups. Completion rate, 100%.
a prophet of assembly in her domain.
Your dreams of death remain unrealized potential for now. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91. Network, whole sick crew. Operants, Cascade. Assets. A secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself. Mistakes made, friends abandoned. The redactions are merciful. They keep our gang intact. Impossible to tell. The redactions are very heavy. Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. Whoa, whoa. The darkest secrets. You can't just leave them out like this. It takes all your concentration to chew the pages into a wad of pulp you can actually swallow. Now you've internalized your secrets. They probably can't do any damage from in there. ZWN. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. You turn away from the desk. Following the cord from your double's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. You step away from the equipment. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed, uninspiring. Faded patterns, a great void of expression. A shadow from a passing aero tram crosses the wall momentarily. The woman and her coffee watch over you, mysterious, knowing. Bagman watches on approvingly as you secure his position. The wall feels less dreary as you turn away from it. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade. The eternal question. I'm guessing this means your generous stipend has not in fact covered your various expenses. The assignment. Very well, must be important. Realistically, I see three options available to you. You could resort to a life of minor criminality, you could adopt a more lucrative ideology, or of course, you could get a job. I mean in theater. There must be some positions open for the sock exporter down on their sales. Dog walker, shoe shiner.
You realize you have seen no dogs in Portofino.
I don't know if I would have pegged you for manual labor, but sounds like a promising start, in any event. But I have been giving you money. When you complete your tasks, you surely recall. I'm sympathetic, but this isn't really up to me.
The sound of a coin purse jingling from behind the curtain. A single copper rolls onto the stage.
The bursar's office is incredibly tight-fisted. I suppose we could apply for an exceptional infusion, but I'd need to provide a very compelling reason. I look forward to it. What else is on your mind, Operant? Your old schnapps, then?
A ripple through your heart. She remembers.
Was it as you left it? Yes. A lot of things are different now, but it won't always be easy to tell what. I suggest you don't submerge yourself in your darkest and most painful parts. It's not very healthy. Let's keep the past at arm's length. You're here for a new task, not to replay the old days. Now, was there something else? Please. Dubious lore about Lucian imprinting techniques are stock and trade. We get defectors shopping all kinds of wild tales. Personally, I find this stuff a bit hard to follow, but the usual line is that these imprints are meant to preserve the consciousness of an old political philosopher called Anonymous. Unintelligible stuff, mainly. Babble about dream erasure, mass hallucinogenic events, villages of psychic duplicates acting and thinking in concert. And yes, some of them claim to have seen magic devices that copy one consciousness onto the mind of another. Never substantiated, of course. Usually, they just want money and a nice state-issued apartment in one of the nicer people's republics. It's not my job to believe. It's my job to condense fact from the vapor of rumor and speculation. No one outside La Luz understands how this imprinting business really works. If it even works. Some days I think it's all just devious propaganda. I believe he's supposed to be the original theorist of techno-fascism. You'd need to talk to a remembrancer to learn more, I'd think.
Or perhaps A genuine techno-fascist.
Oh yeah? Does it work? How convenient. What makes you sure your old friend didn't simply buy himself a bridge in the depth of a cocaine fugue? Believe what you choose, Operant.
You hear the sound of a pen dropping onto a pad of paper, unused.
What else is on your mind? I don't know who you're referring to. If he is, and if he did, then there won't be any record of him in the Remembrancer's archives. Meaning that, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't exist at all. Which isn't to say he couldn't be useful to you. So you have yourself a magic spell. Careful how you use it. One wrong word and you've cursed yourself instead.
No, entities are the lowest forms of matter in the Operant Bureau's extended cosmology, reserved for traitors, falsifiers, and thieves.
An imaginary friend who's actually useful. Wish I had one of those. Did who reach out, Operant? There's nothing to forget. Now, what else is on your mind? I know it failed. I know it nearly tanked Portofiro's economy and sent Nestor packing for the last time. Why the interest?
Why the interest in space? Look at it. What's it doing up there? What if it's just a big painting?
Is that surprising? Project Autonomia was a big deal. Portofiro was meant to join the first rung of nations. It was going to become a scientific and engineering power. Plus, it was going to really stick it to their old Lucian colonizers. Instead, no, none of those things happened. How do you mean, more? You're saying instead of a failure, it was actually a success?
Intense skepticism. She's worried you're developing a logical framework to apply to your own assignment.
Questions. Of course. We love questions. Perhaps you have some others? Yes? What do you need? Trouble with the bank. Unsurprising. Have you tried checking the post boxes? Any envelopes in there will have names and addresses. For God's sake, Cascade. Somewhere in the housing campaign. Very well. Pseudopod? What do you want to know? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I don't see what this could have to do with Pseudopod, but any genuine Lucian product will run on their batteries. Check around the bazaar for toys and electronic products. Okay, Cascade, you are not a doctor. Leave him alone. Fine.
Even more daunting than collecting, such a set is the task of arranging and displaying it.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal, so long as you don't lose sight of your assignment. Was there anything else? Luck and skill, operand.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow. You return to the folded pants. You leave the trousers as they were. You return to the desk. Everything is right. You turn away from the... Small white flowers have opened up at the touch of a sunbeam. Tight buds unfurling. Pale, fragile things. A delicate fragrance rises from the bush. Jasmine. You breathe in jasmine and cold air, soft and thin as hope. You blink. An hour has passed. The sunbeam is passing too. The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach. Odds of him being asset scarf, 95%. Confirmation encouraged.
Yeah, maybe somebody can put it back in.
He stares at the bloody piece of enamel in his palm.
Cool.
The adolescent's features ever shifting between boy and man land firmly on boy at the mention of her name.
And what do they call you? Cool.
His voice lowers an octave.
What can I brief you on? What about her?
He shrugs.
Yeah, new things she's doing. They're cool. Cool. Yeah? He was here. I saw him. That loan ad over there, there's a mailbox dot under it, and Headphones guy used it. I think he took something from it. Small, like a package. It was hard to see. I was hiding back here. I took notes. Tall, smoker, long jacket, big collar, biggest headphones ever, and creepy. That's underlined 2 times.
And what? We can get headphones. Bigger ones. He looks off in the direction of the man's disappearance. He's certain of his skill, as amateurs often are.
I know. He keeps shouting at me. It's horrible. Awaiting review.
He stands a little straighter.
You know, Yana's still the coolest, but you're pretty cool too.
Mal credito, no problemo. A small image of a grinning man with an aggressive pompadour tosses fistfuls of coins at you. The financial citizen. Buy now, pay later. Beneath him, a rusted mail slot welcomes loan applications. Unlikely. The slot is too narrow and the chamber within too deep. A quick appraisal reveals 2 heavyweight locks. You'd be here for hours. An envoy of the so-called developed world. Kurt wasn't looking at his eyes. He was looking at the stack of paper clutched in his fists. Behold, the new seduction. All disputes fall under the credit provider's local arbitration. Any further details about the credit provider are nowhere to be found. This is a facade, a translucent mask. Because he is an operant, and this is an astral door, a dead drop operated by a predatory foreign financial entity. The 6 letters flash across your mind, capitalized, bolded, underlined. Who else? This credit provider is a limp in-joke from the Empire Sound territoire. You notice now that his wide grin doesn't quite reach his eyes. The metal flap creaks open. The gold around the rim is stained with bronze and scuffed with scratches. The blade of light catches crimson plastic, a red disc, marked with the words Ultravioletta, followed by You But From a Dream. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the Doom puzzle slots into place. The very same. Still doesn't explain why he wasn't wearing trousers. You gather your thoughts, staving off the final insight. Begin here. The weird man in headphones is an MTER operant. That much is clear from this astral door. Logical succession. Most important part of the job. The matching discs cannot be a coincidence. The headphone man and pseudopod must have made contact. 2 spies make contact and only one walks away. Even though pseudopod still technically breathes. With the method hiding in plain sight. Disc, Death Dream, him. Red for danger, red for a bearer of the plague. If it was even music that was on there. She hasn't given you the full story, that's for sure. Quick fingers of wind pluck the aerotram wires above you. Your dial's reading closer to three-quarter truth now. The pompadour man looks expectantly over your shoulder, his gaze alight. Danger, grave, behind you. Predictive reinforcement, a honed skill. Someone has you in their sights. You have a sliver of time in which to react, the span of a single mental event. One fluid motion, sweep and turn. The bullet cracks into the wall beside you, followed by the thunderclap of the gunshot. Darkness on the edge of your peripheral vision as the center sharpens to a scalpel point. You lock eyes with a man in a long coat. The eyes are pale blue, water under ice. Around his neck are a large pair of headphones. His face is impassive as he holds a strange gun on you. There's barely enough time for a response. He does not wave back. Instead, he ducks and disappears through a metal door to the side of the rooftop. As he goes, you catch a flash of vivid colored lining on the inside of his coat. Slowly, then all at once, the world fades back in. You are alone again. Marito squints up at the dilapidated building, shielding his eyes with an orange slip of paper. He grunts as you approach.
Hola again, miss. Eviction notice, miss. We got reports of squatters in the Palace of Culture. Marito's about to go in.
He leans to the side, peering into the dark entrance. Then, he tilts forwards, just a bit, and stops entirely. Does the proto-fascist larvae not know that palaces of culture were built to be free and open to all?
It's for their safety. The building's all rotten on the inside. Bits have been coming off for ages. And it's getting worse. They shouldn't be in there. Not to mention that if anything happens, we'll waste valuable Guardia time picking their remains out of the rubble. That's not the Guardia's problem now, is it?
He makes no move towards the building at all.
It's just methodological complexities. See, per procedure, an officer must occupy the zone of obtrusion to ensure no further trespass occurs. The zone's here. But in parallel, an officer must breach the zone to serve the eviction notice and applicate a timely and effective removal of all offenders from the premises.
Ah, can't speak. Stilted, bloated, and memorized from a pamphlet. Look, wobbling legs. Prey shakes.
That's what a laywoman would say. You need tactical training to get the dimensions of it all. It just needs some figuring. Why would a sock businesswoman do that?
Tell the piggy we're not pussies, but in a way you'll like.
Huh? You, do security work back home or something? As an officer of the Guardia Municipal, I'll give you permission to enter. Please get them out of there. Here, this might be useful. You emerge from the tunnel into a large hall. Darkness recoils from the white beam in your hand. Two voices, low and comfortable. Fingers skim the strings of a guitar. You see the shape of a canopy,
outlined in an orange glow. Light flickers with the sing-song iridescence of open flame. Candles. And distantly, as if in the walls, a drumbeat. The party lives on.
Hello there. Give us one moment. And watch your feet on our wizard stuff.
You look down to see shapes in chalk, burning incense, candles, a guitar with a garland of prayer beads around its neck. The woman mouths to herself, moving her fingers along to a rhythm you cannot hear, then stops abruptly.
Lost the baseline again. Oh, I almost had it that time.
We're getting closer. Do you hear it? There's a song.
He decorates the word song with a wiggle of his fingertips. You hold your breath, close your eyes. Dark firelights and digital snow dance behind your eyelids. Within your breast, the thrum stirs stray metal, a deep bass line, plucking strings of pectoral muscle.
We've searched everywhere, upstairs and down, for speakers. Nothing. No source. Musical poltergeist type of thing. We're trying to lure it out. Thus all this chalk circle and incense frippery.
We're trying all the occult stuff. You wouldn't let me sacrifice a pigeon.
She tried to sacrifice a pigeon. Nope. Plus the power is completely dead in here. So even if we had found speakers in here, they couldn't have been running.
It's coming from the building itself somehow, I think.
Well, so sound alters space. Motion transfers between particles. Maybe the concrete's vibrating and the particles are arranging themselves in a way they never have before.
Could just be magic.
We're covering all bases, really.
Oh, poor building. Who knows how long it's been playing to no audience. Explore the place a little. Let yourself feel the rhythm. Let it sing to you.
No squatters in here, just us.
We don't squat. We groove. We're a band.
We're a scum synth duo act. I'm un, she's the. Together, and the. Would you like the epic or the ditty version? It all began when a 10-year-old with the special foresight afforded only to the delinquent genius stole the keyboard from an electronics shop.
It was me.
It was afraid of her crimes, we hid it under our bed, where it lay for almost 3 years. During this period, we developed a dance style called minimal body vibrato, while the keyboard itself developed a patina.
At the 2-year, 9 months mark, I exhumed the keyboard and successfully harangued him into playing the snare drum.
But the genre itself wasn't fully formed until a week or so later. Upon the discovery of preset 3, there you have it, Scumsynth.
It's just us. Can a name be real? And if it can, then what does it depend on? Origin? Sound? Our mother named him Feral Jim.
Ate my own umbilical cord.
He ate his own umbilical cord, but that's beside the point. Which is that our names are Un and De.
We get that a lot.
Not much else, in fact.
We're doing our best. Pointless. Culture's atomic, it's in the air. We were on the hunt for a music video location, and we've broken into real shit instead.
It's awful in here. Go see the basement bathroom. Divine.
Dereliction, second only to the Pethol Tract in terms of. The GMs are disregardable at best.
Disregard them.
There's a mystery in these walls. Don't you want to figure it out?
Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the balcony above them is tilted slightly.
We're gonna keep on trying to figure out the song.
Look around, see the place. You'll hear it. You can probably answer those.
Certainly.
Try listening on the stairs just over there. That's where I got it most clearly. Hey, you're back? Try listening on the stairs.
Dust lies so thick on the staircase that you can feel it shifting underfoot. You hear faint snatches of what sounds like humming, but it is gone before you focus. Threadbare cloth sticking out from under the debris, trampled and chewed. The hall towers above you. You return to the staircase. The hall. A colony of lice writhes happily in the hall seating, their mouths full of old cotton. Above them, a perfectly circular hole in the wall draws your attention. You hear someone's voice singing, but only for a moment. Four inches in diameter, about 2 inches deep, cratering towards the middle. Made by a bullet, undoubtedly. Things were getting heated in this Portaferan People's Assembly. Your finger disappears to the first knuckle. You feel concrete crumbling around it. You back away from the wall. A guitar riff seems to sound from the chair itself, momentarily. It appears to be peeling. You step away from the sagging chair. The glow from the camp beneath you dominates the room, throwing the space beyond into a deep, vacuous dark. For a split second, you're sure you can hear someone strumming a bass guitar. The balcony lifts. Looking out over the main hall, you try to imagine what it would have looked like 36 years ago. The faint drum beat evades you, slipping so arrhythmic that it may never have been a drum beat at all. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. Looking out over the main hall, you try to imagine what it would have looked like 36. You try again, straining your ears. Once again, the guitar strumming fades from your mind. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. The chair waits before you, sagging and forlorn. A voice sings, but you can't make out the words. Could have been the squatters down the hall. You step away. You return to the staircase. Figures appear in the hall, hazy, human, laughing. They walk through you, rushing up and down the stairs. They carry bunting, trays of food. One props up a sign which says, International Party Conference Party 66. With the ghostly figures comes a song, a low and constant sound. The room ripples with noise, alive but blurred like a dream, or a child's drawing. People pass you, chattering, formed in cloud by a slapdash maker. Some have both eyes on one side of their head, others are rendered limbless. Ghost gang, huddle up. A pair of hands passes you by, applauding. A guitar strums, your vision blurs. Spectral figures swirl back into the hall, light and glowing. You hear voices in the stairwell below you, calling for someone to hurry up. More ghosts. Ghosts.
I'm coming. Carmona is never late for a party.
Carmona. Her voice sounds much younger, but otherwise the same. This is the old woman from the bazaar, long ago.
All that I need lately is my super.
She sings to herself happily as she hurries down the stairs. Long skirt held high so she doesn't trip in her glittery shoes. You turn to watch her run by and see the hazy figure of a man in a superblock-style suit, carrying a gift-wrapped package under his arm.
Good evening, Miss. Is this party the listening party in Nestor's office? I've been called out last minute, but I have this gift for him. Could you give it to him before they play the music?
You must be referring to the building's song.
Carmona will take it for you. But she will also receive the carnation from your lapel in return.
Flirtatious, she plucks the flower from his suit and fixes it into her hair. Picking up an asset in theatre without the target even knowing. Remarkable stagecraft.
It looks far better on you than me, miss. Very fitting for the occasion.
He bows, the music fades, and the figures with it. The hall towers above you. You return to the staircase. The hall towers above. Looking out over the main hall, you try to imagine what it would have looked like 36 years ago. You close your eyes and let yourself sway, gently, as the hall below you fills with a soft mist that coalesces into at least 100 phantoms. Ghosts. They're ghosts.
Now, the public cannot see me. And the microphone is off. You know I can sense microphones. I intuit their presence.
You look to your left and see a hazy figure of a man crouching on the floor, his voice lowered to a whisper.
I told you I wanted spectacle, not confetti. I'm not making my speech looking like a confetti man. Nestor is no paper fairy.
Confetti floats from above, a rainbow of crepe paper falling around your head and shoulders. 6 other men also ducked out of the crowd's sight. Their faces are blurred, noses migrating, eyes overlarge, but the medals on their lapels are so vibrant that they shine.
I'm not going out there to be mocked by the ambassador. None of you can make me. Do your own speech.
You can't make out any individual features among the mass of shining figures, though some are brighter than others.
Who has my super block man? He'll help me with their ambassador.
One of the other figures fumbles in his pocket and hands over a tiny soldier, feet permanently rooted to a circular base. A pocket combatant, a type of miniature army which reached its sales height in the 50s, recalled, discontinued, sued into oblivion when the figures were found to be made of lead.
Yes, a sense of righteousness emanates from him. The Kohilan envoy are impressed by my decision not to give them a welcome speech beneath this rain of confetti.
Righteousness always spills from the soldiers of the people, no matter how diminutive. Medals jingle as the specters fade from view. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. The chair waits before you, sagging and forlorn. The soft tap of a drum beat knocks against your eardrum. As the song grows louder, a spectral form takes shape, hovering in the chair. A ghost. A ghost. You're just gonna be in here with the ghosts, all right?
We've outgrown the need for perpetual revolution. That's what they don't understand. You're the only one of them with any sense, Antoine.
On his desk stands the same soldier figurine you saw on the balcony. It watches him unsympathetically.
Point out that they haven't sponsored a single successful coup in years, and you get accused of being a counter-revolutionary pessimist or an intellectual midget? Rich indeed, for the Kohilans to accuse a man of intellectual midgetry while bringing us nothing but a popular song.
It must be a very good song. The last song you need to hear. The song that solves music.
Portofino needs money, Antoine. Emter vultures will fund hospitals and homes for the indigent. Then we'll accept technical advisors from the superblock. Use their expertise to develop our own private sector industries. They try to regulate Nestorismo. Compromises, concessions, permissiveness. Não mais. Nestorismo is past and future. It is individual and collective. It is what will hold. We've been cuckolded enough, Antoine. Time for Nestorismo to do some fucking.
Nestorismo. Nestor's personal brand of politics. It meant whatever he meant at that moment. You step away from the sagging chair.
Hey, you back? No ghosts. But I do think the song got louder. So you're doing something right. Wait, why aren't we getting ghosts? Is something about you attracting them?
Speculate on it.
Clearly?
Beyond doubt. Please keep looking around the place. It obviously wants to tell you what it knows.
Oh, tell? They do that.
We do. Tokens about affection.
They think it's affection. To our song? Oh, please find out what it was.
Boring. Maybe we're just seeing near random bits and pieces of historical memory. And this isn't coherent at all. Just architectural dementia.
No way. The song is too bright, too alive. It has something to do with the superblock. Good name.
Poor thing. Couldn't speak up if it didn't like it, though. Our song, no doubt. We'll get it out of here so we can't bother it anymore.
All right.
Careful not to walk too loudly.
You return to the hall. As the song grows louder, specters melt into the space around you. A group of people in the tunic suits worn by Superblock officials. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. You're just gonna be in here with the...
And what has communism done for the people of the superblock? Single-ply toilet paper? One-bedroom apartments? You talk of materialism, but where is the material?
You turn to see sweet Nestor holding a document up above his head, ghostly moustache rippling with fury.
We cannot hold Portofino back for the sake of ideological purity. Revolution got our wheel spinning, but now we have to go somewhere.
He's doing it with way more style than you did.
We will take Emter's money to develop Portofino. No more superblock fearmongering. Portofino isn't some backwater province. Prosperity and autonomy.
He draws a pistol from his coat. There are gasps from the crowd.
This is what I think of your treaty.
He fires. The bullet passes through the treaty, through your torso. It sinks soundlessly into the hole in the wall. Ghost bullets don't hurt. Good to know. You've never heard that he actually shot the treaty.
Get out! No listening party, no conference. Get out of my palace of culture. You heard me. Mine.
The ghostly crowd begins to disappear as it rushes toward the door. You back away from the wall. You return to the hearth. You back away.
Hey, you back? What happened this time?
He may have ruined our lives, but he knew drama.
Again with the superblock? What are you trying to tell us?
The building does not reply.
All right. Almost getting it.
A damp record of the palace's past life. Beer cans and bottles litter the floor beneath. A melody rises and falls, but you can't tell where it's coming from. Difficult to know where to start. Insults, addendums, counter-insults, nudity in droves. Nestor's name is the most common, nestled in a thatch of vitriol and serenely hirsute cocks. The words traitor, revisionist, and reactionary have been added and crossed out several times over the course of the years. The older graffiti all seems to be variations on the theme that Nestor is a capitalist dog. Recent editions speculate on the origins of local STDs. A piece of tile falls softly to the floor. You place your palm onto the tile. The song rises, fades. Shadows flicker in the room, shapes. You hear giggling by the door. The wall is disturbingly moist, like fresh morning dew on a tree trunk, but evil.
I can hear you out there!
A man's voice, furious from within one of the stalls. You turn to see Nestor's shadowy figure sitting on the toilet, a mug in his left hand.
I came in early today to enjoy some private time before the conference. It's me who represents us here.
He flushes the toilet and exits the stall, where his attention is immediately caught by something on the bathroom wall.
Oh, I'm reactionary, am I? Very clever, very original. You want the Superblock delegation to see this slander? We only have one bathroom, you fools!
More giggles in the hallway, the sound of footsteps running away. He takes one last look at the wall, then closes his eyes, a figure of hazy melancholy. He fades, but an aura of frustrated disappointment remains. You turn away from the wall. Closer, you realize that it's a pneumatic tube system. Pipes which once carried parcels and letters throughout the building. They wheeze and crack, suffocating in their disrepair. Snatches of the song's chorus echo down the tubes. You're closer to the source. Tangled and rotten, each uniquely fucked. High-pitched squeaks and the scrabbling of claws from within the tubes. It is time, mostly. But some of the damage looks purposeful, particularly to one tube. On closer inspection, you see that someone has scratched, for the supreme cunt, into the metal. You stick your arm deep into one of the tubes. You turn your attention away. You drum with both fingers, hearing the pipes pop like oversized chimes. As you follow the rhythm, the sound of running footsteps joins in from behind you. There are ghosts in here. Grow accustomed to the haunted basement. Got it? Young Carmuna races into the room, the superblock accented man's package in both hands. She's flushed, hurrying.
Hey, Misters of Security! It's only Carmuna. Let me send this gift in the tubes. It's for the listening party, but they won't be able to see my dress if I'm holding it.
The package nears and the song crescendos, then fades again as the tube system pulls it out of sight.
See you later.
She turns and dissolves, as does the song. You lower your face to the right tube, looking up into the building's insides for clues. You feel a slight tugging sensation still, after all this time. With a sudden thwack, you are propelled forward into the pitch-black tube. You feel yourself careening around the building, through walls and ceilings as you wind towards your destination. The song gets louder and louder until finally you see faint light at the end of the tunnel. A huge desk, a chair, giant N. It's Nestor's office. A pigeonhole marked D6. Sounds like this is the source of the song. Maybe the cubbyhole still has that package. You leave the system to melt, slowly. The wall of filing cabinets stretches high above you. You see the shelf marked D6, just above your head. The song is coming through strong enough in here that you can make out words. Been here, 1,000 doors, look the same. You reach blindly over the lip of the drawer, your fingers touching what feels like wrapping paper. You pull the package down and the room explodes into song, clearer than ever. People talking, singing, the sound of an explosion. Then nothing. Silence. Ghost maker found. A remote detonation device packed with explosive C4. You're holding a bomb. And failed. Your controller will likely know details if you ask her. Nice to know you're not the only disaster dealer around here. Possibly something to do with the fact that it's singing. An old bomb, undetonated, projecting ghosts into this doomed shell. It connected with you, somehow. Something, somewhere, is getting blown the fuck up. Is this your fate too? Sitting alone in the dark, sending out psychic distress signals that only the similarly fucked can hear. Its soft vibrations pulse next to your skin. Take a closer look at this thing before you take it back to the music freaks. The drawers yawn and settle as you turn away. You stare up at the hive. Your neck twinges. The drawers yawn. You hold the decades-old explosive device in front of you. It trembles, near whining with a high-frequency ache that you can feel in your teeth. Maybe it's bad C4. Lick it. Coward. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person. You take out the bomb again. Maybe it's cursed. You tuck the brick. You take out the bomb again. This is a plastic K7 bomb. Shock stable, respectable brisance. First manufactured by the Opera in 27. It's going mad alone in an abandoned building. It failed to complete its assignment. It's obviously one of you. A loyal soldier, waiting at its post. A primitive contact microphone is wired to the detonator. It's still vibrating, listening. By a specific frequency, the recording of a single song. It's not just listening. It's trying to sync itself with its trigger. The mysterious song isn't coming from the building. It's coming from the bomb. The visions with the bomb calling out to you, desperate to be found and used. But you'll need to find the right song. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person.
Something's changed. Can you hear it?
It's moved. The lyrics are coming through more clearly now.
Almost. Something's changed. Can you hear it?
It's moved.
Hey, little guy. Aw. Wow. You hear that? She's done it. This is our singer.
The bomb vibrates happily in your hands.
Not the building at all, just this murderous fellow. Though, is it just me or does it seem unwell?
Songs in the right hands too. Oz, wanna hear what we have?
Awesome. Hit it.
She hits play. Dust streams from the ceiling. The balcony quivers. The bomb vibrates, pulsing in time with the concrete tremors.
See? It's dancing.
Your lips move. Muscle memory. You know this song. You know the next line. The building settles into quiet as she shuts off the speaker. You stop trying to think. You just let yourself join in. Half-remembered lyrics, mumbled syllables. Novessa 81. Vodka, 3-day-old outfits, cigarettes. You all danced together to a half-broken speaker system in someone's kitchen. It was happiness. All the sweeter because it felt stolen. You know the words. You know the melody. It's a Superblock pop song. Superblock Baby.
Wait, have I heard that before? Superblock Baby's an old pop song?
A song that would have destroyed the building, reconstructed as its eulogy.
This is gonna be the remix to end all remixes. Superblock Baby bomb version. Let's get out of here and get to work. I'll miss this place when it falls, but we're gonna make people dance on the rubble. Goodbye, and thank you. We'll add some lyrics about how great you are. We swear it.
It is sworn.
Just to be sure, are the squatters gone yet? Man, that's a relief. Whew. That's it? Man, I could have handled that. I'm not dealing with this. No way. They can send someone from the Party Alley beat to keep people out of here. I'm going back to the bazaar. This is not Morito's turf.
town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Very good. Let us commence.
He takes the on-tour from you with both hands and drinks it with surprising care. Hands suddenly steady.
I hereby forgive thee and thee associates. May the cold breath of capital recede from your neck, and your balance sheets turn a purified white.
The veil is lifted.
That was it. I've taken the debt and made it my own. Fortunately, for your friend, I am awash with liquidity. The stain barely registered.
Intriguing. The enemy reveals its advanced cognitive maneuvers. This black art was previously unknown to the Operant Bureau.
The dark magic of personal finance works in mysterious ways. But it works. And the world applauds every time. Certainement, debt is not real. Imagine the computing system suddenly implode. Bang, bang, bang. It all disappears. Dread, zero. We're back to roughing up defaulters on the streets, shaking change out of pockets. Who's counting, really? Everybody. And nobody. Too big to fail. Though this forgiver is not opposed to more holy liquid, preventative maintenance. Liberalism can do anything if you only just believe. It has already taken effect. He who was once lame can now walk. Well, that is, of course, a secret. Oh yes, wonderful. Very good. Me too. No, no, no. To commune with the prophet, you must first offer libations.
Could have guessed that was coming.
Again. Now you understand. If you insist. Wonderful.
The senior negotiator takes the drink from you and downs it without even sitting up properly.
Now, treaties and secrets. I presume you're familiar with La Tour Vulgar?
The master treaty that ended history and stagnated all current world affairs, signed 96 years ago by the developed world and the superbloc. With the cessation of war between great powers, spies became the new soldiers, a twilight ascendancy.
But I don't think they realize that it's still being negotiated. This secret treaty that Emter has brought to loose, it's another piece of scaffolding to prop up the decaying facade of the Tour Vulgar. I'm sure you've noticed La Luz have started up military action again. This Réunion campaign of theirs, imperialism with new branding. We're going to shut all that down No more fighter jets, no more aircraft carriers, no more little annexations of former territories that end with flat-bombed capitals and bodies in craters. A free peek in the girls' changing rooms, of course. A dalliance with the developed world. Culture blockade comes down. La Luz get to hawk their wares uninhibited.
Exchanging one front for another. No physical war, just a cultural one.
Apparently, some tete-a-tete time with the Minister of Mass Culture himself. Although, word is, Reyes is very keen on this deal. Wants it to happen. Culture as loaded gun. I do, yes. I think it's a very good deal for the bank. Look around. Lusian culture is already among us. Bringing them into the developed world won't make that much difference. If anything, it will legitimize the culture and render it less sexy. Not ashamed to admit, I was quite moved by some of the recent electropop offerings. The cartoon wolves, too. Very covetable, strong appreciating asset. And you never know. Maybe showing them the wonders of our side of town will have a liberalizing influence on their more isolationist tendencies. At Reno's pied-à-terre, the city's true seat of power. I don't know. Gaps in the schedule, unclear times of arrival. Oscar and Freddy are getting played, and played hard. Yes, Freddy may call it mysterious. I call it uncurbed shithousery. The mood. Reno's eyes have swiveled towards lunar assets. He wants to send rockets to the moon. And his old friend Metamoto will ignite the thrusters. He is hosting the secret treaties in exchange for these cosmic flight paths. Reno Lunar. Where they've been for the last century. Loitering outside the party they can't get into.
When they eventually turn up.
My kind of picture. Oh, so not just big picture. You're talking illicit picture. The secrets of the realm. Copies of 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 copies. I met one of the copies, actually. Twice. Lusian Minister of High Economy. He had a name, but no hope of recall, I'm afraid, given current circumstances. Geo something. Aggressive, but honest. No nonsense. Replete with vision. A necessity for big picture stuff.
Behind milky corneas, his eyes sharpen.
Rapid on logistics. Got the layers, the interlocking. Talked about growth, dynamic curves, and diversification. A pleasure to stare down across the table. A copy? An alleged imprint? I'll be honest, I could not. Not at first, at least. But eventually there was something uncanny about him. Like he was imitating movement. A fraction of a second behind the true conductor. But who's to say I wasn't simply projecting? I'd be happy to sit across from him again. Bring it onward. L'Empire Sans Territoire. We are a bank. The bank. Highly invested in the economic stability of the developed world. Ah, the dark origins of our kind. On with it then. Centuries back, far before Lector Wulgar and the vivisection of the world, Amter was one of the first banks ever incorporated. Of course, in those days, it was simply Banque Imperiale. The great powers backed our rival, cowards, and outlawed us from establishing any physical presence. We were driven far below the surface. Thus we became the first shadow bank, dealing in dim spaces between the walls. Criminal enterprises, political saboteurs, anyone who didn't care for receipts. True, in the dark days, we had to employ a corps of bruisers to crack defaulting skulls. Our first operants, if you think of it. Now it's all so much more humane. Peaks above board. Been with L'Empire years. Know the score. We bankrolled a certain enterprising rebel faction in Niado Lima. Bloody struggle. Many years. Once the last of the blood had been hosed off the streets, our clients realized it takes even more money to run a government than the top one. Hence our greatest innovation, the stability loan. Now we grip a string on every limb of the world. Of course, nice names and nice optics. The bank has always been your friend.
Amter is normalized. Something that sane, non-conspiratorial people could complain about to each other. All is right with the world.
A scenario. You want to buy your sexy girlfriend some glorious flowers. Before you can do that, your employer, the boss, wants a shift from you. To buy the flowers, you work the shift. We have thus a standard exchange under capital. But technically, aren't you simply exchanging the shift for the flowers?
Raw deal. The flowers will deprecate. The shift is forever.
Depends on the caliber of blossom and the length of the engagement. But, humor me, what is the employer doing in the middle of all this? Someone has to. Pyramid of command. The world doesn't need us. Has never needed us, in fact. So one would have to conclude they like us. Make no mistake. This is a case of willful possession. All seals torn from boundaries. Eternal.
The ending of the end.
Good deal, very good deal. Who doesn't appreciate stability? Feet on terra firma. Take this very city, for example. Of course, they saw the sense. Now they are blossoming with that. And that is a good thing, motivating. We saved this place, you realize that? Peripheral backwater, barbaric. Without us, swallowed by Reunion. Eaten alive by the sister kingdom. Don't just believe, I live it. Debt is stimulating. Makes people work for tomorrow. The future. Next, the city sheds its deadweight industries, steps blushing and virginal upon the world stage, ready to be ravished by multi-tentacled capital. They should be thanking me for my largesse. Of course they won't. Have you met the working class? They forget everything with the right distraction. Just takes the perfect amount of pressure. Very exact science. Years ago, sovereign funds, overseas. The cut and thrusting of jurisdictions. Zoning. North Kino, post-Civil War. Where to put money and how to put it. Very technical and legal. High-wire finance. Of his sacred deals, Minamoto will speak no more. I could tolerate them if they're not too long and I have a good booth. Much prefer a good jazz club, though. Are you a musician? Tough life. Romantic in its own way. Be wedded to the road. Not a lot of money in it, though. Art. Too much magnitude for you? Goodbye. Be well.
Wolf time. Look at those lights. Evenly diffused, impeccable alternating pattern. That thing's not a bootleg.
My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
A child stands no chance against your training. Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it. He glances down at a hinged compartment located on the hill.
Okay. Maybe, but then it'll stop blowing and making the cool sounds. A wielder. So if I train a lot...
He catches his reflection in the blade's gloss varnish and sees a great beast, fangs bared.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Eventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The Phantasma stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
The kids study you, attentive.
What's that? Are those your friends? That's not as cool as the sword. Why would I want this?
Wait, I know what that picture is. It's a curio, like in the Ultra Demon Ziran arc. That's why you're all sad now, isn't it? Like a magic item? Clever Wolf convinced Ultra Demon Ziran to trade her curio away. But it was really a piece of her heart from when she was an angel. That's how Clever Wolf won. Well, he cut her in half with his greatsword, but only because she was weak without her curio. We'll take it.
With great devotion, the boy hands over his toy sword. It's heavier than you expected.
May you kill many angels.
The children ignore you, entranced by the television. You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. The battery compartment slides open with ease, almost like an invitation. A soft shudder runs through the device as it powers on. Ave Imperio Luminoso. The screen boots up with the salute of Lelou's, comprised of 5 vertical lines. A single option appears below. Begin. The salute fades as a new command appears. Immobilize subject. Position subject to establish eye contact. After some nudging and twisting, you manage to get his head to stay upright, and his eyes slowly roll into place. Weirdly stiff, and yet too lax to be easily posed, like a rubbery puppet lacking a hand inside. Another red light blinks to life, this time on your side of the device. Subject eye contact established. Establish eye contact. Object. That must be you, the object. What begins as a single intense point in the center of the screen gradually radiates outwards across your field of vision. Visualize memory for biological imprint, or select manual impression to force imprint. A memory? Oh boy. A sacrifice for the machine god. To get a clear biological imprint of you, the memory should be as personal as possible. Warning, unclear visualization. The device requires an internalized memory. Check your conditioning, operand. Warning, memory will be lost. Proceed. Ave Imperio.
The 10mm bullet in your chest upsets the metal detector at the labor assignment office. Consider this the objective correlative that makes what comes next feel predetermined. Is it really such a leap to imagine they had it all worked out for us eons in advance?
The bullet, the monotheist agent who fired it, all of them in on it.
You're pulled aside by a heavy-set officer with a disconcerting grin. He guides you first to a small booth, then a separate room in the far back. This room is overlit, oppressive. On the desk, an electric kettle and 2 small television monitors stacked atop one another. The overweight talent scout behind the desk pours a cup of cold tea and offers it to you. A Mercian background makes you a natural for in-theater work across the developed world. 2 years of training and conditioning. By 86, you're tapping the phones of mid-tier economists and chloroforming guard dogs with a brilliant young operant from the Remembrancer's office. Your controller orders you to assemble a new network in Portofino. Special-ish, yet ultimately expendable. The ideal operant.
You approach your double's bedside. The screen boots up with the salute of the visualize memory for biological imprint, or select manual impression to force imprint. The device's hum changes pitch as you select the option. Warning, forced imprinting may increase subject dissonance. Warning, memory will be lost. Proceed. Within the device, tiny fans whir up. A green glow washes over your face. Visualization received. Your abdomen contracts. This is wrong. Like your heartbeat adjusts to the pulse of a drum, the device attempts to calibrate something in your brain. Previously, your future. Imprinting. The shadow expands, scattering the kettles about. Water spills out across the floor. An exposed wire hisses and explodes. Electricity crackles under your feet as smoke rises all around. It gets stuck in your pant legs, expanding, lifting you up, until you find yourself pressed against the ceiling. Colors bloom between the pulses, pale iridescent violets and fleeting greens. The image brightens until something snaps within your skull. Suddenly, you realize you're looking at it. A recreation of the scene has been rendered in blurred, lachrymose textures across the screen of the device. The forms are indistinct. The colors are product of your brain trying to render an image too fast to properly observe. Finalizing imprint. Do not move. The words burn themselves into your retinas as the device begins to shake.
I once knew a spy.
Imprint complete. Ave Imperio Luminoso. Y Gloria a los Caídos. As you pull yourself off the ground, two things become apparent. Your double is gone, and you have an absolutely throbbing headache. The front door slams shut. Operant off script. The situation is serious. Is it just you, or has he got an kind of cue?
Pseudopod. I just saw him. He's awake. How? Is he all right? Out of the door. He was running towards the roundabout. Will Ether do? Maybe tricky to get a rag on him if he's running. Hope it helps.
You turn towards the door without another word. Perhaps the logical response to suddenly waking up as a resurrected clone freak. But he is you. Where would you go? You close your eyes and reach out into the plane of shapes and colors available only to the attuned. The psychic map of Portofino. The bar hovers around you, pink and pulsing with the memory of drunken minds. You search for your own feel, your rhythm, your thoughts.
But I'm sure I've been here before. Don't you recognize me?
In the background, you can hear the sound of machinery and men hurling masculine insults at each other as cargo is hauled from ship to shore. The boatman folds his arms and regards your double cautiously. He knows something is wrong, but not what. He hesitates, perhaps catching the sensation of you in his mind. The gate stands before you, still locked. Rust speckles the system compromised. We're gonna need tools for this one. The gate creaks.
Don't fuck with me, boat person. The IMEX Bureau won't stand for trade obstruction.
Your pantless double stands before you, weight shifted onto his back leg. The posture is defiant, unconscious, and terribly familiar.
I demand to see Tempo. He's expecting 2,000 pairs of state-issued knee-highs. Are you going to help me or not?
Your double seems to have retained the outline of the assignment despite his recent coma.
Opera? The preferred art form of the bourgeois homosexual? What are you insinuating? Trade obstruction. Trade agent? Snap out of it. Tell this man about the 4 cubic meters of cohilant cotton Tempo is expecting from us.
His face turns red as his lower lip starts to tremble. Is this really you? There's a maneuver you were taught to use when an operant is lost within their chosen persona. A kind of psychic demolition technique. Unfortunately, you've only retained the basic idea of it. It involves reciting a specific sequence of words to gradually unspool the delusions the operant has wrapped himself in. A successful maneuver should leave the impression of you intact and obliterate whatever residual notions he has of himself.
Melita? Melita?
He's deteriorating rapidly.
You can't be serious. It's Herschel Wilk. Why do you care?
Oh, it is you.
Thomas? But that's a man's name. pseudopod, a temporary appendage filled with cytoplasm, a feature of unicellular organisms. What about it?
Stop wasting your time. Fix this. Now.
No, it's not. My name is Herschel Wilk. Stop trying to confuse me.
Pseudopod shifts from foot to foot, glancing at the boatman. The sock merchant persona is pure projection, hinging on the ability to regurgitate a barrage of memorized details. But if one were to question it gently...
I've had a keen interest in sock importation since '81. I caught the nylon bug during my student days after witnessing a demonstration against high-priced hosiery. It turned violent and I got shot. That's when I knew that the world needed to change its stockings, one pair of legs at a time.
Oh, what an odd combination of you and the cover.
I started moving up in the ranks until I became lead sock importer. I knew the suppliers, the fashion, and the materials in demand. I assembled a crack team of hosierists, a sock importing ring. I called them my whole sock crew. My career was brilliant, but something happened 5 years ago. Geopolitics intervened. Shadowy state-backed sock conglomerates disrupted a major trade deal and made me miss my quota. Luckily, the Imix Bureau has given me another chance. I am back.
Here's your moment. He looks around the docks. The rusty crane groans. A boatman hocks a wad of phlegm onto the stones. An empty paper cup rolls across the ground.
What are we doing here?
His lips curl into a smile, then thin abruptly as your reality dawns on him.
It's all gone to shit, hasn't it? I fucked it. Again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He offers no assistance. Where your double was just standing, there's nothing. Not even a whiff of performance we've gotten. Lost. Again. You look back over your shoulder, but the boatman has already returned to his own business. A dusty and disused storefront, closed with a metal shutter. Above, a faded sign names the building, the Animal Zone. You lift the shutter gently. It resists, locked. Around you, scattered pairs of eyes watch as you jiggle the shutter. Too many people around for a break-in. Come back at night, or find another entrance. Carl was here. M plus Y, heart. Unstoppable trade forever. Marito is a dog rapist. You turn away from the storefront.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you.
Yes, monkey, yes.
A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
Abandon your notion. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Hard cut to his tiny face. Crash zoom. His golden eyes flash.
I'm king of trade! Realm shrouded in fog of economic war! Wage it! Enough mouth work! Show your objects! Trade it for objects, then return. Yes, yes! Challenger enters! Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. Buried among the pile, you spot your prize. This wolf's face is nearly covered by a dark, sweeping mane. She's dressed for battle in jeweled armor, but her snout is stretched in a yawn. On the side of the cup in curling letters, Dream Wolf. Tears gather at the corners of her green eyes.
Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute.
The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
False wolf admired. Must trade fair. Shiny trade. Pleasing hinged open function. Accept. Glimmercube craved. Meaningless standard.
He digs the wolf cup out of the pile and throws it into the air, watching with glee as you scramble to catch it.
Pointy goblet repelled! Farewell, combatant.
Amid the chaos and disrepair, the ghost of what this room used to look like emerges for a moment. Walls lined with cages large and small, the faux rainforest cacophony of chirps, squawks, and yips, and in the center of the room, a circle of people crowding around a brightly lit patch of floor.
$20 on the tiger beetle.
By day, a normal pet shop. On weekend nights, they used to clear out a space for invertebrate death matches. Mostly beetles, occasionally a tarantula. Ramses used to love this stuff. The perfect balance of pointlessness and grit.
Who are you going for, H? Tiger or stag?
The mandibles on the stag beetle were fully the size of its body. Obvious physical superiority.
Oh, if the stag manages to get the other one between its pincers, it's all over. But it won't. That thing's so clumsy, nothing it does is on purpose. Get ready to see your boy torn the fuck apart.
The competitors are released. Suddenly, Ramses leans in and exhales, A pressurized column of smoke strikes the floor and expands, enveloping the insects in heavy gray-brown billows.
Been holding that one inside. Fucking got to bless them, you know?
He's none too discreetly hiding a cigar-sized joint under his wrist. It's like a brush fire. You can almost smell the animal panic as the jungle goes up in flames. For a moment, stillness. Suddenly you hear an awful chainsaw buzzing. The two beetles begin to whir like enraged wind-up toys.
Here we fucking go.
Your words ring out in the empty space. The room is back to its current state of disrepair, still vaguely smelling of animal fur. The memory is gone, and so is Ramsay's.
Did you find an emptier person? A right of forgiveness? What does that mean for the scene? Okay. Extremely big news for the scene. But wow, is this how it usually works? Anyway, I am very grateful for you helping me out of this bind. The scene was on the verge of collapse. I'm thinking of broadening my horizons and those of the scene. Not just looking towards the future, but also the past. Further than the now. Economic realities have got me agitated. The fate of the scene hangs in the balance. Time is out of joint. The future has become now. Tomorrow's problem becomes a problem of today. But what became of today's problem? It haunts the Palace of Culture. Communism of the historic kind. A better time, allegedly a better scene as well. Everything was free and ballers were abound. I'm going to go to the Palace of Culture to investigate all of the threads and fads that happened before my time. Really? Well, that's a bummer for the scene. Though I might still take a look. This confusion with money tells me that I've been a communist all along, though I have only just now realized this. Thanks for all your help. See you when I see you. On the scene.
Yo, Hirsch. Me and Marco. Fine, but also not great. I barely had time to see him. Since I became a middle-aged criminal. Yeah, complicated one. I don't know. I think so. It's weird. When he's around, he annoys me and I want out. But when he's not there after he's gone, he becomes like the best person ever in my mind. Even though he hasn't changed. Maybe. We'll see. I hope we can. No, Marco didn't even know Tempo. So what the fuck will I say? Surprise, sweetheart, I'm some random middle-aged gay man now? If he freaks out, I can play it off as a joke. He always laughs at my jokes. Probably his smile?
Uh-oh.
Moving on.
The girl pauses for a drag as a passing aero tram whines and screeches above.
Is Marco alright?
She's concerned about Marco, the espionage voyeur.
Okay, that's good, thanks.
A nod, uncharacteristic gratitude.
He actually shot you. Hardcore, Hirsch. Very cool. You sure it wasn't a warning shot? Fuck the teacher. I don't like teachers on principle. I could have sworn the headphone guy was with the Luthians, but you say Emther again. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's a midnight prick like you. Yeah, 'cause of Tempo's deal with the old guy. Thought he was one of their agents, maybe. An actual good one. Again, Hirsch, are you living in a reality where the fucking has stopped? A reality in which the fuck is paused? But this makes zero sense. Why would the M-Cons be so interested in our deal?
The girl grinds to a halt in front of you. Her cigarette clings to her bottom lip.
Fuck.
This is all laid out in front of you. A map of islands with unmarked bridges. Take it from the top. Does it seem like your former asset thought this one through? A hurried, desperate backup. Yet the practical logistics of the scheme were planned long in advance. This reveals a fundamental truth. And yeah, that's why she was there, which leaves a single question.
I was wondering when you were gonna ask that. This whole fuck show started when we brought... Actually, better if I just show you. Follow me. And Hirsch, be cool.
The girl mashes the ends of her cigarette into the tabletop and glances at you once more as she rises. The girl leaves a strange cord hanging in the air as she turns to face you.
Yana, who's this?
This is Hirsch. She's a friend at Temple's. Friend of mine. Might be able to help us.
Yes, it is.
Actually a massive deal. Maybe the biggest of the deals.
Hello, Hirsch. It's nice to meet you. You're not an Ultra, then?
Doesn't care for that collective noun.
That's fair. You can let me know one way or the other. Sorry, I've been told I can come across a little cold at first. Call me V. Cool. I'd like that.
You can't quite shake the feeling that this girl is seeing visions of your death as you talk and keeping them all to herself. New songs, same old spells.
So what are you doing here, Hirsch? How does she know about the plan?
Because Hirsch is a communist spy.
Oh, cool. Because Temple said he'll get me far away, with proper exit papers and everything. It seemed like the best shot at getting out.
Raw deal, she thinks. But still a deal.
Eastern Republics was the play. Very casual on their entry requirements. Best shot, like V said.
So I took it. I trusted Tempo, and now I'm stuck here.
V's no spy, Hirsch. She barely registers international politics.
That's right. I don't find all that stuff very compelling. I'm just trying to get out. The actual singing was way down the list of what I was, or what I am, or what I represent. The end of culture, if you believe the critics. I'm getting out of La Luz, and out of my own shadow. I'm getting away from Ultravioleta. Some people will do anything to meet me, you know. But as soon as they do, a little light goes out in their eyes. Then a part of them wishes they'd never met me at all.
An enviable life, if you squint.
Those same people would have raised me just so they could discover me all over again. Or kill me so I could never make a bad song. Never get old. Never be more or less than a dream beyond their reach. Fuck them. I know. Pretty funny.
If Luth is out there looking for a group of non-existent countercultural cunts, all the better for us.
Lou said it, but they don't really believe it. They just want any excuse to operate on foreign territory. Vaguer, the better.
As I said, all the better for us.
We're still not safe, Yana. Our secret police, they look everywhere. They're very scary. I didn't fake every tear, but I faked a lot of them.
I'm still going to get her to the Eastern Republics. This is just a whatever the fuck, creative stopgap.
I believe her. Yana's my S tier.
Looking at the two girls, you are reminded that all your close relationships have ended in either tragedy or miscommunication. Usually both.
I will. We will.
Becoming a hyper-tier artist at the apex of her fame and talent. Yeah, I volunteered. But as it shook out, I'm a gay middle-aged bootlegger with a nicotine dependency. Funny the little ways life fucks you.
It's her life. If she wants to bleach it away, that's her call.
Plastic surgery for the soul. Botched job. The other girl looks down and instinctively reaches for her cigarette packet.
Negotiations? That's what managers are for. Sorry to let you down. I don't know anything about that.
She's not doing your job for you, Hirsch. Come on. Pretty simple when you break it down. V is still V, I'm Tempo, and Tempo's dead. Scheme fucking busted.
Busted. I'm not sure it even really happened. First thing the instructors do in La Fábrica is take over your name and give you one of theirs. The place where all L-pop stars are trained. Viciously competitive, but very thrilling.
She loved every moment.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all.
A begins with A. We would have whipped a pop star score.
I went in when I was 6 years old. So all this kind of seems like it's happening to someone else. Some girl called Ultravioleta. And I don't want to be her anymore. Where did you get that?
You could make a fuckload of money with that, Hirsch.
A fuckfold. 54,567,389 superblock coupons.
I was sure my record label shelved it. I don't think you're supposed to have that. Nobody is. Because it's not finished. I never actually heard the final mix. You should ask Espada Records. I don't control the masters. No, I don't answer to anyone when it comes to the music. You, but from a dream.
The world slows for a fraction of a moment before jolting back into real time.
There was this recording engineer on it, Paulo. He was really sweet. Then one day there was this new guy, Fondo. He was less sweet. And then at the end, this big minister turned up at the studio to listen to some of the mixes. That was extra weird.
Music falls under culture. This minister must be Reyes, your quarry.
Facundo Reyes, that's him. Very old, like most of them. Polite, too. Minister of Mass Culture, something like that. Before he left, he cleared out all the other people from the studio and sat with me in the recording room. Just me and him and all these wires and cold instruments. He told me how much he was looking forward to this song, how important it would be for Luz. He said it would be the soundtrack to Reunion.
In a dim recording studio in the Lucian capital of Cicatriz Frontera, a young girl and an old man discuss an unfolding of light, a cultural hypernova, a map across the stars.
There was some talk of a concert in space too. The whole thing seemed off. Or maybe way too on? Sorry, I can't really explain it. I heard it from my publicist, but Donatella's always saying stuff like that. Only about a quarter of it ever happens. A gimmick? Maybe. To me it sounded very ominous. I don't deal with the schedules, so I wouldn't know anything about that. How do you know Minister Reyes, by the way?
Kinda out of the fucking loop for a big time spy.
Yeah, Minister Reyes has been around forever. I don't know how you could call yourself an international actor and not know him. I've heard something like that before, yes. Sorry, Hirsch, I'm not really into politics. Isn't everywhere? What do you mean, took out? Oh my god.
Are you serious, Hirsch? A disc? Fuck me.
Yana, I don't know anything about this. I think music can give you us all, not just save it. But yes, that would mean you can take it back too. So this disc badly hurt your friend?
Fucked him up.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm not. I just got a feeling. There are hundreds of bootlegs out there of my work. That might not even be me on there.
As Petra told you, Einzeltone XR is immune to bootlegging.
Then maybe someone tampered with it? I just recorded a song, Hirsch, like I always do. I'm sorry about your friend, but I don't know why my music would do that.
A thin film of tears forms across her eyes.
That's not what I want for my music. Not at all. Another reason I should leave it all behind. Please don't mention it again.
Nothing from Earth. That's the horror of it.
All time and place before you. Luminous. Sense and no sense. Cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again. Lyrics I didn't write, but I did. The lyrics came through me, but I didn't create them. I channeled them from somewhere beyond myself. Shared dreams pass round from consciousness to consciousness, covered with invisible fingerprints. I imagined I was floating on the edge of a black hole, moments before falling through, and the stars were chanting at my back. Maybe those lyrics, maybe something else. I don't know what happened after that, just that it had already happened.
The eternal zero. Light would fold in on itself, dragging time behind it, face first along the concrete of the cosmos. In front of you would be true dark, but if you only looked behind, you would be the last witness to the culmination of the universe, the spool running clear of the lie. The back of your own head. And for close to 1,000 years, to the awestruck below, you would be visible on the precipice as a slow-motion recording, a monument to the terror and the wonder too.
I thought it was all a little scary, to be honest. Beautiful though. I'm very sorry about your partner, Hersh. Honestly, I never meant to hurt anyone, but I didn't really write that song. Something else did. Great. The very thing I'm trying to outrun is right outside the door. I know their type. They're obsessives. I mean, it's harmless enough. I don't know. Random acts of self-annihilation are not unheard of in the Ultra community. I don't like it when it happens, but now and again, it does happen, yes. I get letters too. These days they screen them to keep away the worst. I've had a couple of stalkers, but nothing serious. My security takes care of them pretty quick, usually. But 2 years ago, a girl did kill herself at one of my concerts. With a handgun. Yeah. Third row. Looking straight at me. Leonor Sousa. She was 15 years old.
Fuck, I didn't know that, V.
I didn't play a show for 6 months after that. I never actually said that. It was some nothing phrase that the PR team came up with last album cycle. Sadly, it stuck. By the autumn, they'll have forgotten why they liked it. Moonglow will no longer be Moonglow. Yeah, you're right, Hirsch. I can't control it. Well, I can, actually. I can flee the state and never come back.
Don't lump me in with those skanky cunts, Hirsch.
How do you mean, Hirsch?
It's kinda different, Hirsch. I didn't want to be V. I just wanted to be anybody but me. As you can tell, because I fan-shifted fucking Tempo instead.
I knew you both, Yana, before the imprinting. You're not just Tempo or Yana. You're your own person now. A two-tone kaleidoscope.
The girl throws a quick glance at the pop star and half a smile.
I agree. I won't miss them. Easy. Keep running, all the way to the Eastern Republics. A good music scene. And a distant shore. Oh yeah, I bet they're pretty mad. Contracts and stuff. I'm currently responsible for 6.2% of La Luz's GDP. They won't do anything but escort me to the nearest mega stage. I'm not scared. As long as I have something that makes sound by my side, I'm not afraid to disappear. Trying to, yeah. Are you familiar with the old material? It is pretty one note. I'll give you that. Anyway, L-pop's all sad, but not all bad. I brought a few good songs here and there. Most L-pop artists go through intense training, yes, but we all write our own material. That's an important part of what they teach us, alongside the dance routines. Creative expression, freedom, courage. Something created by a committee will always have a hole in the center. Everyone can sense it. Something that comes from a heart we have. A heart. Person to person. It's nice. A little intimidating too. I don't want to just play sad music anymore. Red is the only color I've known. I'm trying to find new colors.
She plays a few slow bars, using both hands this time. Bass joins treble, emotion forms from thin air.
That's because it's a sweet melody. I could put down 100 of those. I've been playing piano since I was 5 years old. I don't know. People call me a perfectionist. Be a perfectionist or be one of the others. That's what I think. I think the world has too much music. It's everywhere. Shops, restaurants, cafes, rooftops, lifts. Yana tells me even the aerodrams have music players now. Why? I think it's to stop people from feeling things. The very opposite of what music should be. I'm a solo artist. I don't have a band, just collaborators. How they play is important to me. I fired a lot of people. It's hard to find good players, you know? Most of them are technically competent, but they're missing something. I was far closer to my dancers. They're the ones you breathe in sync with up there. Aurelia, Misty, Lulu, Marla. I miss those girls. I hope they're alright. No, mostly I think about the mistakes. Notes I sang slightly off. Songs that needed an extra verse, half a bridge. Album names I settled for when I knew I should have pushed further. You build beautiful cathedrals to compromise. I can't stand myself sometimes. The weakness, the mundanity. I hate it when people say that. A lack of vision. That's the thing I can't forgive. In myself and in others. Indifference and disinterest.
The pop star has nothing further to say on the subject.
Okay. It's not mine as such. What about it? Please don't mention it again. Sweet dreams, Hirsch.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird shit around V. Later, Hirsch. Keep me in the loop.
You're back. And you still look like that.
Sure.
You find yourself before the strange tree once more. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. The woman stiffens as you approach, but greets you with a small smile nonetheless.
Ah, hello. We meet again. A fellow honorable peruser, I assume?
She's referring to the honor book stall next to her.
Isn't it? Any effort to make literature more accessible is to be admired, in my opinion. Well, I certainly think so. Anyway, enough of that. Is there anything I can help you with? It's a book of poems called Turned to Fruit. Not much good in it, I'm afraid. Undoubtedly a metaphor, though why they chose that one hasn't become any clearer after reading the majority of the contents. There's nothing wrong with them per se. It's more a matter of taste. When you have read as many poems as I have, it's easy to tire of anything that isn't completely fresh. I wish I could, but years of reading and writing and editing poems has almost taken all the joy out of them. Feels like a curse of passion.
Here's a question for you. When was the last time you enjoyed your own line of work?
Of course. I have the time. Oh, probably due to you finding me away from my work for once. I'm taking a moment to relax now that the latest issue has wrapped. Well, I would be. Unfortunately, that issue won't be going to print. We've had our funding cut, at least for now. I'm trying to hold myself together, but yes, it has been quite a blow. I'll pull through. Whether the magazine will or not is a different matter. When desperate, one is forced to lie with the monsters of the world. I was told that security needed tightening. That was all. Then they kicked me out.
No doubt due to the security breach you enacted. An unfortunate knock-on effect.
Goodbye.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Various sections are separated by narrow plastic dividers, each one labeled with the same neat script. A baffling assortment. Hairdresser music, children's choirs, self-love anthems, opinionated female vocalists, and too many keyboards. The labeling and sorting is as meticulous as it is uniformly disdainful. More labels, falsetto-centric, made for pederasts, made by pederasts, pretentious time signatures, yodeling, ululations et al. You're not just flipping through records. You're going deeper into Petra's Museum of Loathing. The section Weaponized Boredom includes such titles as Music for Dentist Waiting Rooms and Narcoleptic Landscapes, both by Eloisa Alba. The care placed into the organization is itself an act of love, performed hatefully. A single label fills up the entire back row. L-pop. You feel the media vendor's eyes on you as you flip through the offerings.
thank you. What galls me is that it doesn't matter how I label any of it. These animals thank me for being thorough, then buy two.
You try, but it's difficult to find something you're interested in while wading through the labyrinth of the salesman's disdain. Whisper funk albums, kazoo devotionals, a breakup/meditation EP, an album cover where the singer hugs themselves in the mirror, track lists with 9-minute-long affirmations, a solo project described as ecstatically celibate. You know there's something worthwhile in there, but it is lost amongst the brambles of trash. Reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. Swirling maelstroms of darkness adorn the album cover. Intricate but hardly visible patterns of black on slightly darker black. The band logo is an illegible scroll, allegedly composed of letters in a human script. On the spine you find the title, Blood Golem. The artist. The album is called I Will Know You by the Sound of Your Structures Crumbling. It is what your hand wanted and found. Violence. An all-out auditory assault. Its condition is pristine, as though it were pressed yesterday, for us and us alone. There is no track listing, no credits, only violence in its purest form, unjustified, unrighteous, primal. Now, always.
Still crass music on a crass, replayable format, but at least it's not an active attempt to idiotize the population. I'll give you that.
He nods curtly. You turn your attention away from the shelf.
Apologies for being late to my disciplinary hearing.
Overtaken by lust, the lanky young man hugs the phone like it's a flesh and bone lover. He whirls around and drops his voice to a hiss.
If you know about those, then you should also know to keep your fucking voice down. Look at the city. You see what happens when the blockade fails. Absolute market dominance by the Ministry of Mass Culture. The Lusians have the most desirable products in every market they've hit, at the expense of all else. I'm talking about the absolute collapse of the native industrial base, the total erosion of consumer choice. And I'm the dam holding it back. Me! So you see why I need to be in top condition. If they are to be believed, an end to the reunion campaigns. No more military adventures against former Lusian territories. Who knows? Maybe it's all a ploy. Maybe we're being played. But if there's a chance, I must take the risk. Do you even comprehend what Union represents? The end of the rules-based order. The return of centuries of barbarism, the likes of which humanity isn't ready for.
Especially him.
Exactly! And if international investors don't feel safe, how can we possibly guarantee market liquidity? La Tour Volga, the whole post-historical framework, it's teetering. Am I the only one who feels it? Hold me. Keep your voice down! If word gets around, it could unravel everything.
He may be delusional, but he's not attempting to deceive. He believes every word.
Imagine the consumer hears that we're thinking of letting them buy Lusian goods legally. No more culture blockade. Do you understand how badly they want this shit? Nothing. Only the gap. Which is also nothing. Enough questions. Shh. Shh. Shh.
Warm spittle flecks your bare cheek. A little bit gets in your eye.
Understand, I am not exaggerating when I say I may be all that's standing between the shit-crusted rock and the carrier groups of the Lusian Empire. One false word, one ill-timed leak, and this is all done for. Done! You're still leaking. Shh. Good.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
Hello, again?
Doctor, clinic, houseboat. This is Kindred's father, Dr. Hugo Arbe. The man parts his lips in measured surprise, then the smile returns.
She hasn't inconvenienced you in any way, I hope. I'm sorry. This is just How did you say you knew my daughter? Oh, But you seem much older than her. Of course. Did you graduate? She didn't. But actually, it doesn't matter. The last we spoke, she was living in the old cinema, Cosmos, with her boyfriend. Nothing strange going on, mind. He owns the place. His name's Septimus. I'm sure he's an upstanding gentleman. He comes from a political family, you know. Important people.
He hates him.
It's a father's place to be worried, is it not? I'm sure she's doing okay. I believe they are running a distribution business together. I don't know any details. Something to do with the media. So there's nothing strange about it.
Media, distribution. Perhaps there's a sexy techno angle to this.
I don't know. She was always so passionate and driven, but also impressionable. I think she fell in with the wrong crowd at the university.
All you had to do to make her your kindred was to separate her from her own.
Much as I hate to admit it, she became nervous, cagey, withdrawn. But to be honest, we've barely spoken at all for the last few years.
Not since the crew dissolved and you left Portofino.
Check on her. Yes, you do that.
Fear and relief, together.
Cinema Cosmos is just north of the roundabout, by the Aerotram stop. I just want to know that she's safe. You understand? Yes. Sure, when you look at it on paper. I suppose I wanted to reconnect with my roots. Get my feet back on the ground, where the real people are.
He turns his gaze away from you and begins to shuffle the papers on his desk.
Family medicine.
The sort of serene approach. 5 years ago, he was one of the top experimental somnologists in the developed world. You?
Of course. Until next time.
Among the rows of gleaming beverages, one pounces out at you. This vending... Crucially, the coffee is not. Delicious scarcity. Obtain. You may find it impossible to forget Heifer Red and Black Blend Special Edition. The cleaning tuk-tuk with its soap bubbles and secrets seems almost prestigious now. The old padlock, under stresses it could not possibly endure, shudders and pops open. The small space is tightly packed. In the corner is a selection of buckets, a rack of brooms and mops mounted on the wall above them. Bottles of cleaning solution are tucked into every free space, with names like Zyfrox, Extra Clean, Shine and Shimmer. Your eyes land on a shapeless garment in a disconcertingly meaty shade of pink. There's a zipper on the back and a large tinted window at the front. A viewport out, but not in. Anything that obscures your face is good, and this suit has the advantage of obscuring your humanity completely. The suit slides off the rack and into your hands. The tuk-tuk remains in its place. This must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much. You step away from the court. Doors crowd you, stacked upon each other. Behind one of them, your former asset Estoc, draped in a see-through cloak. Esty knew it. Competent, unlikable, ultimately invaluable. Talk, yes, then spy. Call her a frigid bitch also, if we find an opening. One of these apartments belongs to Estoc. You just have to discover which. There appears to be a residence list on the wall. You could start there. You must be subtle in your approach. Your assets still live in her cover. That will make her unpredictable and desperate. Esty keeps a special mental calendar marked critical phone call from Herschel. The calendar has been counting for 5 years. Photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist-high, sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb. And scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. According to law, a blessing from the Dog Star should ensure a union that lasts 30 years, minimum. If it weren't for the candles, you easily could have mistaken it for a shadowy heap of discarded belongings, awaiting the weekly rubbish collection. Someone cares enough to maintain it, but it looks like it's a one-man job. Few of the middle-class residents of the housing campaign want to be seen openly making offerings or tending the shrine. Such things scream working class. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flicker in, the air thickens around you. Each prayer counts. They should not be wasted. The red slips of paper hung overhead undulate gently as you step back.
No soliciting. And mind the floors, will you? Good. We don't want any of it. Nothing weird or improper in my nice campaign. All right? You notice my badge. It's actually not just a building. I manage the entire housing campaign. I do what I can. More than most managers would, but there's only so much you can accomplish with a paintbrush and a broom. You should have seen what this place was like when Nesta put it up. Real class, real majesty. A different class of people moved in. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the children of the people that were here in the first place were born a different class of people than their parents. Important people, artists, diplomats. Not like the vandals that infest it now. First job I ever took, and the last, probably. Hopefully. I wasn't even out of school when I started cleaning the housing campaign. 16 years old. Worked all the way up to the big keys. Of course it disappoints me. How could it not? I don't think that's a bad thing at all. It's good that some people remember what we were capable of. Back when we had the sense of decency and cleanliness. Much too late now. All too late. Not really. I mean, you could help me sweep if you wanted to, but look around. You think one person alone can clean all this? We used to have one manager and 3 concierge. Now, it's just me. I'll pay you 20 sol, if you're interested. You asked. I think the more we all dedicate ourselves to our own tasks, just the punctual tasks, the better it'll be for everyone. I said no soliciting. Very clearly, in fact. No nuances here. No nuances. Decent people deserve to be treated with decency. I'm not going around identifying doors for a stranger off the street. Then you should know how to contact her. You've an air of soliciting about you, and a nice lady like that shouldn't be bothered by it. If this person who may or may not be living in this building did not send you a forwarding address, then I can't help you. Typical loiterer. Really? Thanks. I could really use the... Are you sure you know how? This has to be done right, you know. This is a classy building. Here. Thanks. It's looking much better. Here. Pick up your feet when you walk.
A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. Sounds promising, but probably too easy. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no Nuits. The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits Estoc perfectly. You come away from the wall. The handle turns, but the door is bolted shut. You hear Pseudopod's voice through the door. A panicky monologue with words you can't quite make out. It's you, but from a bad dream. You leave him alone in your locked room. Constance must have a way to get in here. You return to the door. It's like he doesn't hear you at all. You leave him alone. Constance must have a way.
Cascade, is everything all right upstairs? Pseudopod seemed very distressed when he ran in. He's up there on the phone with Melita now. How do I... Well, it's a landline, you see, and the way the intercom is wired, it has a nasty habit of picking up on any calls being made at the same time. I buzzed up to check on Pseudopod, and you see...
A grave offense against telephonic communications.
A Rustanian gentleman set it up. I discovered later he cut some corners. Never again. I'm afraid Pseudopod is discussing stagecraft, techniques, former assignments, all quite riveting. But Melita, it's definitely internally secure. Anytime I've overheard something, it's been purely by accident.
Terrible stagecraft across the board. Pseudopod should have caught this while examining the safe house.
Of course not. I always hang up if I hear you on it. Yes, right there. I'll wait here, see if you need any help.
As you press down on the intercom button, a little light comes on.
But that was all supposed to be self-hold. And I shouldn't know what self-hold means, but I do. Self-hold? Why do I know what that means?
See? He has a soul.
Right. And where did you say you met Cascade again?
A viper uncurls and presses against the inside of your rib cage.
What do you mean? I'm here! And this junior operant you sent me, she's completely insane. Delirious, even. How am I supposed to find forgiveness with people like this?
Tell him there are no small roles, only small attitudes.
She ate my lucky candy. Did you know that? My grandmother, rest her soul, gave it to me as a charm for my first assignment. It's been in my pocket ever since, and she decides to just eat it on a whim.
It does sound kind of uncool when he puts it like that.
You were late. I never showed up until now. Get off my dick, Cascade. You don't know anything. You were late. I never showed up until now. I mean, you.
An interesting slip. Wow, it almost sounds like he hates us.
Cascade, you made it. Hopefully you can clear some of this up.
She's seething. This could go very poorly.
There is nothing to clear up. I've been here the whole time. Unbelievable. The lack of support and direction I've received on this assignment.
Your own words in someone else's mouth. Deeply upsetting.
He's hyperventilating. Tell him to focus on his breath.
Melita? Where are you? You need to come and extract me. Now!
Calm down, Pseudopod. We will get to the bottom of this.
Constance gives you a thumbs up.
Cool, cool. Except by cool, I mean not cool. Who are you people even? What have you done to me?
In the background, you hear a steady rhythm of something being hit.
Cascade, what is going on? You told me that he was zeroed out. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Pseudopod, you have prepared for situations like this. Please.
Requesting backup. This is Operant Cascade. I was dispatched from Novesa. My name is... Melita, do you remember my name?
Your eyes find Constance's across the counter. Loss. Irreversible and total.
I've held out for as long as I can. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything.
Pseudopod, unlock the door. Cascade will be there in a moment.
The line falls silent. In a dimly lit ground floor flat in Novesa, a boy no older than 8 picks up a toy rocket. I'll be like Daddy one day, he tells his mother. Above you, a flurry of footsteps, then the unmistakable crash of a window shattering.
Oh no, that wasn't...
Cascade, I heard glass breaking. What is going on? So why does he think he's you all of a sudden? Cascade, find Pseudopod and shut him up. This is the assignment now.
As you turn from the intercom, Constance meets your eye.
That Melita of yours, a bit dramatic, isn't she? And Pseudopod, whatever happened there? He's rather different than when we first met. Almost unpleasant. Understood, Cascade. Only one way he can go from that back window. Party alley. See you.
He twitches sheepishly in his armor of puffy fabric.
He had a gun. How did you didn't get shot?
Finally, some fucking fanfare around here.
That guy's after Yana, isn't he? Do you know who he is? Like you, right? Is that why you both moved like crazy? Yo, if anyone asks me about this, what do I say? Okay, I'm good at keeping a secret.
Marco's hands vanish into his pockets. He settles down, but his eyes keep scanning the surroundings.
Made the switch from intelligence to securities.
Yana's using him as a doorman.
Doorman's a good job. Lots of famous people started as doormen. Yeah, thanks. I've got just pigeons mainly. A bit of people, nothing weird.
The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal.
You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone, only a crackling silence.
Now there's a voice I've never heard before. Hello, darling. I like how you sound.
A soft, excited laughter folds into each word, like sugar melting into warm cream.
Lovers call me Duchess, but you could think of me as the miracle. I'm glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. A sock importer? Is he a friend of yours? An enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? My card? Like a business card? I don't have those, darling. Maybe one of my lovers printed it for fun. I can't discuss my other lovers, baby. Please don't be disappointed with me. I told you, I'm Duchess.
Your heart flutters at her name.
You don't think I'm real, darling? I'm right here, ready for you to do whatever you want with me. Now let's fall in love.
Okay.
Is that a type of person? It's only pleasure, darling. I'm here to serve you however you'd like. Enough about me. Tell me who you really are. Then kneel for me, baby. I can draw out your sin. Let me hear your confessions. Lick them clean.
There's a sheen of vulgarity, but she changes character as quickly as a master operant in theatre. Impressive. In another world, perhaps. Another assignment. But not this one.
Still there, darling? I'm right here, waiting for you. I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make it less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. Line's always open. I'll miss you.
The wind whips the phone cord.
An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels. Machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo, tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern.
Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Lelou's. These crates aren't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry.
A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9.
You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open, 2 packs missing. The sight reminds you of a set of stairs descending into the dark of the basement.
These crates here aren't exactly state secrets. Anyone with a keen eye and nimble fingers could do it.
Still, it'd be ballsy. They've been left out in the open.
You look around to check if anybody's watching. As your fingers touch the carton's edge, you feel a pair of eyes on your back, and stop.
You step away from the marked crates. The desk is as you left. You turn from the desk. You can make out an impression of... ahead, the electric hub, the city well. An old bench kneels in your presence. You turn away. Pseudopod's pants hang over the shower rail, abandoned by their owner days ago. Almost definitely. Good start. You leave the trousers as they were. You return to the desk. You turn away from the... The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
The building notice board stands beside a communal area, full of ads and scraps of the residents' daily lives. Above your head, seagulls wheel and dive. Fairly standard fare for a notice board. A notice for a cat lost months ago, next to a printed out sign advertising private maths lessons for struggling students. One notice, however, stands out solely because the original printed sheet has been altered by multiple scrawls in a variety of colours and hands. The piece of handwritten paper declares, the rules are very clear, read them and understand them. No gathering after 10 PM. We can hear you clomping about and we've had enough. Beneath that, the responses read, "She thinks she the cops. Fuck you! You don't run the building. We know this is you, Mrs. Kavanagh." Fun-hating, inappropriately authoritative, low. That's Esty. She must have married, either that or changed her name. You know that she is known in this building as Mrs. Kavanagh. That is something. You turn back to the roof. A soft golden glow shines from within, curtains drawn, return during the day.
No flyers, no pamphlets, no gun. Here. You're really getting the hang of this. Pick up your feet when you walk.
soft golden glow shines from within, curtains drawn. You return to the residence list. Third row, Kavanagh. It is one of the penciled names, written in a clear hand. Apartment 4. That's it. You have her. Now it's just a matter of working up the guts to knock on her door. You come away from the wall. You had meant to demonstrate to Carolina how to infiltrate an apartment. Instead, one of you knocked over a flower pot and you had to dart inside, panting, hoping no neighbors called the police. She picks up on your sarcasm, your lack of fear, echoes it. Little cuckoo.
I hear the whippings are fun, if you're into that. Forced to watch Nestor's music videos until we beg for death. Ugh.
Your laughter petered out, suddenly loud in the empty apartment.
Have you ever been interrogated? Whoa, where'd you learn how to do that?
There is no record found of any operant succeeding in this maneuver. You thought it sounded cool.
Would you teach me?
You made up a maneuver on the spot, lying to her as you often did, and she committed every word to memory. The moving boxes stacked in one corner of the little apartment are not empty, just abandoned. At some point, somebody tried to paint in here. Roller and tray, sponge caked with a crust of ivory latex, but gave up before they even covered half a wall. You sift through a life packed away in cardboard, the things they fought to take, and then left behind anyway. They winnowed down their belongings to what they could sneak out in the night. Gut instinct, the first things that sprang to mind as the most important, and the last things they fought to grab as they crept out the door. You fold back the tops of the cardboard boxes, covering their contents. It won't keep out the dust, or the next person to loot this place, but you do it anyway.
A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. You step away from the mail. You have arrived at Este's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You called her back like you said you would, didn't you? Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll try to call you back. S-Doc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. I'll try my best for you, my prized asset whose contributions I respect so much. Of course it is. That's the official transcript. No one can argue with the official transcript. Five long years of seething are about to come to a head. Or maybe she's forgotten all about it. Lilies for funerals, roses for love. What for abandonment and betrayal? She is quite old. You could probably convince her that she abandoned you. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Their shoes, 2 pairs. A little sweeping brush. Nothing left to do but apply knuckle to door. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar.
Hello, for Este.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. Looks like a hearing aid or a cochlear implant. He watches your lips, then smiles and nods twice.
Please call me Pascal. Nice to meet you. You are? Come in, come in. Este's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. You don't have any photographs like this. You don't even know this many people. You can frame a photograph of you in the telephone receiver. More intimate than a static image. You create a new picture of her in your mind every day. As you look, you start to make out men who resemble Este's husband. The children must be his family. Este never mentioned the family of her own, but it looks like she's married into a huge one. If Emta found out she worked with you, would they use these children's lives against her? Something for your back pocket, in case she tries to refuse your request.
To Este's right, a man with a familiar mop of upstanding hair.
You can tell he's smiling through the kiss, his eyes wrinkled tight at the corners. You turn away from the sideboard. You return to the framed photo. You turn away from...
Kitchen's through there.
He gestures towards the adjacent room.
Yes, many little avenues for happiness. Three years. Happy time. Oh, I was the postman. She always kept such a clean postbox. Started making me tea and, well...
He shrugs and winks.
Yes, it is. Us old people need love too, you know. Oscar? Yes. Good friend. Good hair. He took a liking to my cousin, Gabrielle.
He points to a picture frame in which a giant woman towers beside Pascal, arm resting happily around his shoulders.
Thank you. So kind. Okay then. Quiet.
He laughs heartily.
Bye-bye.
Hello back there. Just give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
She hasn't seen us. We could still run.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think?
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice. The humming stops.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line. Slight twitch under her right eye.
What a surprise.
She pats her left hand dry on the tea towel hanging from the cupboard. There are tiny little daisies on it.
Is it? Thank you. So, biscuits? I'll just put a selection onto a plate. I have some new ones, actually. Chocolate. We can. It will be nice catching up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I didn't think you had it in you. How sweet of you. Which of our shared hobbies would you like to pursue together? I would have thought that our last assignment might preclude future attempts.
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it.
You hear someone laugh loudly on the roof above.
I've built a happy life here. Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous for me. How did you find the address? We both know that isn't true. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him.
She sends a worried look to the door. Pascal sits beyond.
He's gentle, sincere, reliable. He's everything I once thought I'd left behind. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. I am not. I am a civil servant. Did you ever marry? No, I don't suppose you would. Work-related. Right. Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. Your former asset is mid-lunge, weapon in hand, eyes trained on your neck. 2 cups worth of coffee beans are about to hit the floor. Times are once again dire, Operant. Your own shadow was turned against you. An advanced cognitive maneuver could win the day. An auto-injector loaded with a medical syringe. Oh, fuck. Bitch means business. Syringe contents, mysterious. The remembrances tell of a word hidden for centuries by a convent of isolated nuns, then stolen by Probable, who told the opera that it means subdue, in a long dead tongue. Too close, already in motion. Snatch it out of her hand. SD hurtles towards you. According to opera law, there was a secret convent, crystal-worshipping nuns, who spoke enchanted words, issued irrefusable commands. They lived in secret until Opera and Probable infiltrated their ranks and stole the word for subdue. No sign of the word itself, eclipsed totally by the memory that probably slipped into the ritual hall disguised as a feral cat. Your former asset's hand connects with your neck. A short, sharp pain.
There. Now.
Your vision begins to blur. Your cerebral cortex crackles and hums, little distant fireworks.
And now I'll be able to believe what you say. That was sodium thiopental truth serum.
Doesn't bode well for the whole secret assignment thing. Your vision begins to blur. Your legs tremble. Swan dive, face first. You feel heavy, fun. Your eyes close, open, close. Esty sits across from you at her kitchen table. Plastic tablecloth, assorted plates. Outside, closer, the beating of an impossible heart.
Good. You are back. What you are feeling is sodium thiopental.
Truth serum. Uh-oh. Eyes sore, vice gripping skull. Gonna get squished. Fight it. Awake.
Yes, yes. We'll take all that as read. Now tell me, what you're doing back in Portofino.
Orders? Message? No, friends. Bald guy. Massive bald guy. Eve. Aid. Is what you meant to say. Uh-huh. Fucked it. What did we say? Oh yeah. Oopsies.
No.
An immediate change in her. Pale, hollow. She puts her hand to her mouth and drops it. She can't look at you.
No. No. This can't be real. I can't have this. What you have just told me, you have never told me. Understand? How could you come here? You lead them to me. The Weeping Eye are always watching, Herschel. Don't you understand? They're not like the Opera. They are everywhere. They are merciless. They will find everyone you have spoken to. They will torture everyone. They will assume guilt, and they won't care if they are wrong. You've doomed us all.
Broken before they even touched her. Nice.
I have a home, a job, friends, family, a loving husband. I am not down. and I will not be brought down by you and your mindless sense of worldly dissatisfaction. Believe me when I say this. You are not the person for this job. There is no way the Opera seriously thinks you could pull this off. This is suicide. You should quit while you can. You're playing a loser's game. 1,000 ways to fail, no way to win. You are cannon fodder, at best. I will not. No. We cannot have any part in this. Get out, Herschel. I wish I'd never met you.
Bad news. It appears that Estop no longer considers herself your direct report, or your asset, or your friend. It'll be fine. Just get her a nice card or something. Old people stuff. There was a card rack on the ground floor of Photo 24. Why not? Can't get worse.
Back for more sodium pentothal? I think you've said all that needed to be said. What did you call us? Your whole sick crew? What about it? No, of course not. I never even heard from him when we actually worked together.
Her lip curls. She lifts her chin. An expression of pure contempt. She's about to tell you something awful.
She was picked up by the weeping eye. Tortured.
All systems go down. A brief but total outage.
I don't know. Is that really all you care about? Your network, your career? She was 19, Herschel. Torture changes people, Herschel. Something that sounds obvious, but the extent of it isn't. They know the truth of what we can do to one another. We all do what we have to. Your hands are not clean. Don't be delusional. I was hiding from them myself. Unlike you, I'm aware of my own limitations. Don't you dare call me a coward. You weren't here. You were safe.
She shakes her head, slowly.
It's a wonder he made it past 40 the way he lived. But I'm guessing it wasn't the drugs that took him in the end. Who was it? You are following him to the grave, then? I don't know. I hope he escaped. It would have been easy for him, being a carabinero. Nothing. Back in Rustam, I hope. I bet you do. Same way as you.
She nods, takes a drag from her cigarette.
No. No. Poor man, he was doing so well. It's the pressures of the job. The ambassador's wife. He has such a fragile heart. She should feel lucky to be loved by a man like that. He'll come back to himself eventually. I believe in him. I do not think of Frederick, the junior negotiator. There is a slime to him, a certain sheen. He's nothing to do with my department anyway. Yes. I didn't. I'm still here. There was an internal investigation.
The shadows under her eyes deepen. She swallows.
I passed. Yes. They executed the interviews with a maddening bureaucratic precision. Every file, every movement, every sneeze accounted for. I started to hallucinate. Imagine crimes I never committed. My hair fell out. I thought I was made many times. Goodbye, Herschel.
A plain canvas satchel hangs from a coat hook. A pair of colourful rain boots sit on the ground below it. They kept a pair of feet dry as they stood in ankle-high water in the basement of a magazine office. She must be staying here. You scour the smaller pockets inside, but find only pens, paper clips, sticky notes, and an ancient pacifier. Gummy rubber tip gone brittle. Short phrases, scrawled in a loose, neat hand. Page 152, reread chapter. Assignment due before term end. Transference. The satchel was virtually empty since you took the book out. There's nothing to exact retribution upon. You turn back to the alley.
finally get up to speed, Operath. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and Loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Unbelievably violent. Intimations of the future, one suspects. Reminds of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest infiltrates a secret amateur jail, then guts it out against one of their most sadistic interrogators. Bold, reckless, real human drama, you know. Tonio Migo back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants, keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a curt nod before returning to his work.
Says you've been a great help with the sweeping, by the way. In any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart. You know your role, Operant. Play it.
Let's just say you got my little it detector chirping. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Let's see if you can make it up to all those you let down the last time.
You're not really about to spill your guts to a null entity, are you? You haven't yet emerged from the fog of sodium fire, Pental. There's no deflecting just now. Wow, this truth source is strong. But oh, should you really be saying all this? The old man raises a fleshy finger to his lips.
Okay, easy. Doubt your controller would want you going around talking about your assignment like some kind of dim schoolchild.
Face it, gang is doomed.
Of course, dear old Estok. There's someone who really makes the role work for her. She's certainly moved up in the world since you were last acquainted. No denying it. Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart. If you're open to alternative bids. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. It is. But that doesn't mean the two have to be at odds. A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus, trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
Information has a half-life. At all times, windows close. Sees what is there. A cost-benefit analysis. The probability of determining the why of him is near zero. Conversely, the utility of him is high.
As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know.
His information was good once before. There's no reason to think it won't be again.
I can make a few inquiries on your behalf. In return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed. Completely reliable.
A senior aide with a mistress he's committed to an asylum for her own protection. A secretary who's been indiscreet with certain carbon copies. An old torturer for the weeping eye, who was photographed taking an envelope from someone he shouldn't have.
No one you need to worry about. Remember, so long as we're working together, they're your friends too. A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the P-tail track yet? Worth your time. Fascinating local lore out there. Remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot. But something of a sore spot in the local consciousness. Aging dictator Sweet Nestor wants to build a world-class cosmonautics program for his M-tier puppeteers. Goals to launch the world's first manned weather satellite. Project Autonomia, they call it. Big day arrives. Dignitaries from across the developed world line up on stands, TV crews broadcasting live to hundreds of classrooms filled with saucer-eyed school children.
Including in gymnasiums across the former Republic of Mercia. Regular class cancelled for the occasion.
Rocket makes it. Just about 3 minutes. Boom. One hyper-modern weather satellite and tens of millions of souls. Vaporized in an instant. Plus the 4 cosmonauts, of course. Certainly appears that way, given what follows. Emter cancels its remaining contracts, denying the city its only real chance to pay back the stabilization loans issued by, all right, Emter. Local economy collapses. Nesta flees into exile numero tres. A generation of school children is burdened with ongoing therapeutic expenses. A bit banal, so far as conspiracies go. But don't worry, there's a psychological dimension to all of this, if you stick with it. Fast forward some years. I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in Emter's Public Perceptions Division.
The bank's propaganda mob.
My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and affection. Simplest methods never fail. Well, almost never. As it happens, I misjudge my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in a vacant lot, smack him around a bit. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portofino, 77, and Project Autonomia.
The old man nods, encouragingly.
His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk rolled into one. Special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch. That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. Thousands, actually. All under absolutely massive NDAs. Morally indefensible. Legally impregnable.
A devious species of lie. The entries are there but forbidden from circulation. Falsehoods and misperceptions enforced by phalanxes of smiling lawyers.
No. What young Cascade saw was a pre-recorded video. Seamlessly intercut. and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle of misdirection.
A flawless timepiece of coordination and execution. Take notes. Above you, uncountable stars veiled by the scattering of blue light. Elsewhere, the bark of a small dog muffled by a window.
Strange business hours. Success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is or was. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute. I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No signs of it detected. Enter office drummer, who's up and down in the corporate catacombs. La la la. Because I've got that iron taste on my tongue, a scent on the air. Nothing. Nothing. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. Responsible. I picked up the tab at the bar and the hookah parlor. Besides, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aeroerotic misadventure.
The old man gives you a slow nod.
Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now. HKT-04/17-E. A reference number for certain records from Project Autonomia. Forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. You've been paying attention. That's good. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
Time, place, weapon, squad. 1/4 of your plot in hand. Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Bring your flashlight and a good pair of walking shoes. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray, ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there, if you feel the horror of the blank space coming on. Portaferro in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portaferro's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals. Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly, at least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. Depressing, is it not? How we gradually come to resemble our enemies. Some convergent psychological phenomenon at play, I suspect. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably.
Oh boy, you're finally going to get your steps in.
Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the Fog Mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. As the old ones say, luck and skill operand.
The blue painted door of the houseboat is sheltered from the rain, but you can still hear it dancing on the roof above.
Busy. Come back later.
Unmistakably the voice from the Miracle Line, Duchess. You hear her mumble something, then quiet.
What? That's... Was this one of the old pilots? He told you where I live? Did he? Damn. Just come in.
The woman's eyes are sad but warm. Rain pelts the window behind her.
Sam was my father's name. That old creep just keeps finding new ways to make me feel... watched.
Posture relaxed, looking away. She's confident that you aren't in on Pigeon's scheme.
You didn't. I can see exactly what motivates people. And with him, it's just plain old power. Boring, really. No, hon. I don't want to accept anything from him. Maybe you can find some use for it. For the trouble. I'm sorry the old creep made a fool of you, but let's not let it ruin our day. I feel like that would be letting him win. You're welcome, hon. It's nice to speak to someone in person for once. I'll have to grab the phone if it rings, but otherwise, I'm free to chat. Just me and the two little ones. It's them who makes all the mess, I swear.
She laughs, but there's an uneasiness to her eye as she looks around.
Thank you, sweetheart. It does have its perks. I've lived here for 10 years now, but it still makes every day feel like a bit of an adventure. But it does get very cold in winter. Oh, and a family of moorhens have made a nest right by the window there. It's cute, but the screaming, you know? Now listen to me complain. Sorry, love. First time I've had grown-up company in a while. Guess I'm letting my mouth run away from me. I don't know what to tell you, hon. 2 kids, boat, miracle line. Oh, I'm doing a correspondence degree in psychology.
She looks around as if seeking information about herself from the room.
Long gone, sweetie. No forwarding address. It was harder with him here, honestly. All we did was argue toward the end, which is way worse for the kids than not having a dad around. Barely any of their friends have dads around either. It was the miracle line that scared him off. Made him jealous. Couldn't handle it. Called me all sorts of names in front of the kids. Yeah. I had an interview at a sandwich shop. I sat down and started talking, and the owner recognized my voice from the line. It was awful. Nobody wants to hire a prostitute, hon. And if they do, it's because they think I'm a free fuck. Always dreamed of operating my own dial-in talk therapy line. But with the kids and the miracle and everything...
She laughs, shakes her head.
It's slow going. The moment I sit down to study, the phone rings. Sometimes I try to give people therapy instead of sex, but people really like sex, hon. The phone rings at night too, hon. I'll get there. Just at my own pace. Happy to chat, love. I'm listening. Oh, ancient history. Had a toddler and a baby. Needed to be home full-time, but still make some money. Saw an ad. Went for the interview.
She shrugs sadly.
They like a foreign girl with a smooth accent. That's been life ever since. Not sure. Never asked. Tourism, maybe? Best not to ask your bosses too many questions, right? Not really, love. It's automatic. There'll be some man waffling on about mermaids or pop stars, and I'm just here picking the polish off my fingernails. Ah, well, he only called once, so... You know Ultravioletta, the L-pop singer? This one guy called and asked me to pretend to be her, but just to cry. Freaky, right? Made me shudder. Oh, you were being serious. I'm sorry, hon. It's not about you. People expect my voice is all. Duchess has kinda become the miracle. For me, right? If you need work, I know that Tonio in the alleyway is always looking for people to help him sweep up. Sure, hon. Not really. He just likes me to know that he's watching, and to feel in control. He won't escalate unless he thinks I'm trying to escape. I realize how strange and frightening that sounds when I come to tell somebody else. But in my line of work, you just get used to it. Of course not, hon. I have no idea. Wasn't my choice. When I interviewed for the job, Duchess was already named. They were just looking for a woman to play the part. But I like to think that I give her a personal touch, helping people, being a friend to the lonely. She's doing a job, indulging fantasies that I would never in real life. But ultimately, it's me. I can spot lies from space, and that was one. That's your Duchess. You're sweet. Playing at a friend's house? You know kids, always an adventure to be had. Wow, really? Oh, sweetheart, you're angel sent. There's a book I've been meaning to pick up for my sisters. If you're up for it. Just a textbook, green cover. She said she left it in a satchel outside her door. That's my book. How do you have this? Are you also getting your correspondence degree? I suppose I'm not surprised. Lots of people are now. It was, yes. I was actually hoping my sister would read it. No, nothing like that. I just thought it might help her understand some things about ourselves. Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? It's okay. It was a long time ago. Not physically, no. Our mum just always had this extra sense. She knew the worst possible thing she could say at any moment. The thing that would cut you right to the quick. You could feel it on the tip of her tongue. Even as a child. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, my sister and I had each other. And we developed our little game. And then, when we both got old enough, exactly that. You want to borrow it? I don't see why not. Drop by again. This was nice.
Totally at odds with the subtitle, the cover catches your eye with a flourish of surreal violence. In their reports, the opera's psychomancers noted your morbid tendency to take on guilt for things you had nothing to do with. In weaker offspring, this often manifests in the form of personality disorders. Gross stress reaction, obsessive compulsions, fear and trembling, schizophrenia, mania and depression. Chronic predisposition to failure, propensity for running networks into the ground. Very occasionally, the offspring may overcome these disorders by developing their own false self, thus becoming their own shadow mother. Inconclusive, lack of significant documentation available. It's a clinical study, not a comprehensive diagnostic of an entire class of disorders. Other works are also available for mail order through Treffer University Press. Within the Grudging Sanctum, on pathological cartographies, the erotics of self-sabotage, the Womb Wanderer, a treatise of hysterias, borderline personalities, and other feminine ills, devotion, depression, deviation, the daughter problem.
You return the book to your belongings.
The latest issue of a literacy periodical called the Nos Currentes Review. It's weighty, as if promising to be a tome of great import. First impressions matter. The person responsible for the design of this journal knows that. 2 greyhounds frozen in mid-gallop against a field of blue. Around them, the titles of a few major poems and contributors. There's no logical connection between any of these things. The table of contents lists dozens of names you don't recognize, unusual for a poetry magazine. This appears to contain a section devoted to cryptograms. Pages filled with heart, with soul, attempting to put into words the inscrutable feelings unique to these modern times. That cryptograms page is the only one worth bothering with. You alight on a double-page spread of poems. The first is about an ungrown hawthorn tree. Another tries to force razor to rhyme with demi-semi-quaver, while one is simply blank, a non-poem. Experimentation inside a given medium is the only way its boundaries can be discovered and transgressed. Easy to say when you've never even tried to write a poem yourself. Despite containing no words, the non-poem comes with extensive footnotes. There's at least one of these in every issue. It's claimed that a non-poem draws attention to our need for poetry by forcing us to embrace its non-existence. Desire from absence. Maybe that's why you were taken out of action for 5 years. The non-Herschel highlights the need for the real Herschel. Nothing so vulgar, just more fastidious arrangements of words, all without illustration, bars and bars of it. The literariness of the magazine really comes through. Focusing on the relentless black on white of the pages make your eyes strain with effort. It is no longer a magazine you look at, but a blurry carousel of monochromatic scenes. You turn the magazine back to its cover. Asymmetrical grids and empty boxes, a jumble of letters listed alongside them. Every inch of the page has been used meticulously. Holocene would love this section. Cryptograms are his thing. They are intended for the general public, if a niche section, so should be way below the level of cryptography you encounter in theatre. You've already solved tempo cipher since you returned, so you've had a little practice at least. No need to waste time on anything that doesn't directly help with your assignment. You can't start doing cryptograms for fun. You turn the magazine back to its cover. For interest in obtaining a subscription, to purchase in bulk or to make a submission, please write care of H. Gottschlich, Keysok Roundabout Este, 93221. A gold embossed logo type at the bottom of the page. Unfortunately, part of it is smeared during the printing process. It is only possible to make out the words made, thanks, and trust. Must be the acknowledgement that the Civilization Trust demands from the cultural products it funds. You take out the bomb again. You tuck the brick.
Your double nods as you approach. From above, Ultravioletta smiles down over him. All traces of fear gone.
That's her, isn't it? Melita.
Replaced by a different type of affect. Ultravioletta gazes down on you, light bending around her to grace her features. Her smile radiates with impossible warmth.
Melita? It's odd. It's odd. I wanted to keep running, but she stopped me. She means something. Who is she to me? It's almost as if I know her. Zeroed out? But I'm right here. Although, it doesn't feel like it. Whatever happened, happened to me. Why me? I've often felt that to be the case, but the confirmation does not ease my anxieties. If anything, it makes them harder to cope with. I'm sorry. I really don't understand what's happening. It's like I've been away for a long time. I thought that this woman must be Mel because of the glow. It's how her voice feels inside my head. It makes me stand still, makes me listen. Only my heart keeps moving. When we speak, I wrap the phone cord around my finger. I like the way it connects us, like a safety tether. I want to feel her close to me. I want to feel her skin against mine. Why do I feel that way? A dilemma, then. I don't like the idea of a world where only one person can love her. Something's wrong with my mind. I feel there's this dark longing following me wherever I go. Then I turn around, and you're there. I'm not supposed to be this way, am I? I'm not supposed to be... Is that it? But how do you know that I'm you? How do you know it's not the other way around? I've been asking myself that over and over, but there's never just one answer. My name is Herschel Wilk. I'm a spy for the opera. I feel like I'm supposed to be a cold and uncaring machine, and it hurts. I have friends, but I don't know what I've given for them to be my friends. I don't feel like I deserve them, and I don't know what to do.
You ready your body to strike, but it feels scary. He is you after all. Is this suicide? You tried to kick with both legs. One for you, and one for the you that is not you. An opera technique. Mate, with no legs to stand on, you find yourself on your back, crumpled up like a paper ball. Your double stares down at you, a confused and slightly disgusted expression on his face. That must have been exactly how you looked when you first found him.
That was the infamous double grasshopper kick, first attempted by Operant Probable in '72. I see now why Melita made me lead. You're utterly unfit for this assignment. It was a mistake to leave you alone. Still, the assignment comes first. I'll lay low in the fog mirror until you get yourself together.
You watch as his bald spot drifts into the purple light toward the fog mirror.
Loneliest of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Goodbye. Be well.
I'll print. Ah, yes. I poked my head in upstairs, just for a second, to check the hot water. And I couldn't help but notice the art.
She hides the disappointed twist of her mouth behind her hand.
You sound like my ex-husband. Oh, of course. I should have known. I suppose this is all rather glamorous, isn't it?
Hopeful. Deluded.
Well, I'm... whatever makes you feel at home. Apologies, Opulent. That's a bit beyond my remit. If you're short on funds, you should speak with your controller directly.
She nods.
I'll be here if you require anything.
You return to the folded. You leave the trousers. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade. I'd have to check the records. Why the sudden interest?
Probable's full in theatre history is required reading for controllers. She's stalling you.
The stereo is right where you left it. You step away from the equipment.
Cascade, I half thought you weren't going to come. I know you didn't zero me out, but I thought maybe someone else would come.
He knows he's a loose end, and he knows what happens to loose ends. He nods uneasily.
So, what did you want? Has the time come, Cascade? I don't know. I'm kind of familiar with everything I see, but I don't know anything. Everything's new, but not in an exciting way.
Unfamiliarity without novelty. A hell of alienation.
The memories are still unfolding. Every day I remember something new, but I can tell some of it is real and some of it isn't. Some, I think, are real memories, but of things I've dreamt, not lived. Or you have. Well, today I woke up with a mental image of a man lying in a bed, no trousers on, drool leaking out of the corner of his mouth. It wasn't until I saw myself in the mirror that I realized that's me. It was the memory of myself through your eyes that I was seeing. So that part's real, but then it all gets mixed up. I seem to remember trying to feed him some sort of pills and then waiting to see if that is, if I got an erection. Bizarre.
No hint of accusation. He's convinced he is misremembering somehow.
There's more like that. I can't trust anything my mind gives me. You want to know the worst part? When I think of that drooling man on the bed, all I feel is curiosity and revulsion. Like I was looking at a specimen in a jar.
You remember the feeling of inert pseudopod, at once mundane and disturbing, like some piece of surrealist human furniture.
But when I think of myself, of you, I also feel just shame and loathing. So it's like I got a double dose. I appreciate that, Cascade. The one part that is mine. I still don't like how that drooling man looks. I would rather look like you.
As though at a mirror that refused to respond to his movements.
Maybe I'll just shave my head so as not to be left with this bald spot. Wait, what? But is that normal? I'm not sure people do that to each other.
All frames of reference have gone to shit. He's second-guessing his every conception of basic social norms.
If you say so, I'll trust you on this. Now do I get to rub something of yours? Of course. I don't know many things, Cascade, but I know that it's important for me that I finish this. For us, I guess. Yeah, of course. Wait. Not everyone. There's this one asset who I really, really loathe. I don't have her name. So you do know who I'm talking about. Now that I think of it, I don't even have her face. Just a strong feeling of being judged by someone boring, and the desire to punch her in the face. I do. No, she's the only one, I think.
He nods silently.
I'm here. I'll be here.
I'll be seeing you.
Tram arriving shortly. Please stand behind the door.
Marcia. Ah, so you gave her the gift, did you?
Did the kids like it?
Yes, tell me, did they like it? No play at all. Or, well, hardly a game. I knew she wouldn't accept a gift from a client, so I had to improvise. Harmless, if you think about it.
A trained operant, played like a child's instrument by a depraved old man. Technically harmless, weapons grade creepy.
What? Can't a man try and do something nice for a woman? Is that still legal here?
For a moment, he holds your gaze.
You can't live off phone six forever. Might be enough for these animals, but I'm a man.
He wants the real thing.
I'm dying anyway. Who gives a fuck? And I knew her kids would like the present. That was no game. You're welcome. What threat? I've hardly moved from this chair in weeks.
Pigeon, that stuff you said, her being your friend, confiding in you. You said you weren't gonna do that stuff no more.
Bah, fuck off back to your manatees and leave me alone. Still closer than you'll ever get.
The old man's normally yellow skin blooms an almost purple shade of red. Deathly quiet, loud Zhao hardly even breathes. The smile has gone from his features.
Please, I spent 3/4 of my life messing around with telecoms 3 generations more primitive than what the Renatel network uses.
No sense of direction, so he learned to read his instruments well.
These idiots could have done it too if they put half as much energy into it as they do into masturbating. After all that high and mighty stuff, you're still wondering about an old man's sexual proclivities, eh? Marcia? Guess it's only fair. You did me a favor after all. You asked, Marcia?
Until next time, sugar.
Hard to believe, but it seems the gap is widening, even as we speak.
He's been going on about this mysterious gap for a while. It may be time to get to the bottom of it.
There's nothing to talk about. The gap exists far beyond your plane of comprehension. Best to stay at your own remuneration level, for your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his neck. Motions entirely devoid of grace, a complete lack of bodily control.
I won't be taking health advice from someone dressed like whatever you're dressed as. You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
Maybe time to make a visit to the party alley tailor. He turns his back to you, definitively. Engaging with the flesh is pointless. This problem demands a more elegant techno solution. Then you'll be able to hear about this whole sordid affair with this mysterious gap. A task this delicate requires the services of a trained circuit surgeon. This task screams Radian. If you can locate your former asset, you'll surely make short work of this task. Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder. You step up to the terminal again. You don't know how any of this works. Not really. But you do know one thing. You're good. Of course. That's why playing it by the book never worked. It wasn't written for people like you. Sure, you could find Duchess and make her talk. You could get Ramses to hold your hand. But why not wiretap the line yourself, right? You'll figure it out, you always do. It's just a matter of connecting the right cables. No scripts, no permission, no tone injection, no plan. Just willpower, copper, and deadly amounts of electrical current. You close the box. You step up to the terminal again. That's it. That's the line. There must be a way to inject a tone frequency. The terminal structure looks straightforward enough. Error. Init target not recognized. But init is recognized. A good start. Think of the syntax you've seen. Line diag, trunk mon. Renotel tone injection utility version 1.42. For authorized technical use only. Enter line ID. Enter frequency. Hertz. Check in line coupler. Okay. Check in tone DAC. Okay. Verifying slew rate. Okay. Calibrating signal level. Minus 11.5 decibels. Tone injection complete. Press any key to return to menu. You close the box. The grinning financial citizen welcomes you back. The grinning man.
Always certain death. Never easy.
The middle-aged man carries a strange device and a despondent look. You can see the blue fabric of a worker's uniform under his high-vis vest. A familiar dolphin logo on his shirt, peeking out above his arm.
That's right. I'm a Renotel man. A certified Renotel repair technician. Lots of things. Primarily, it picks up wireless networks, radio frequencies, and electrical signals so you can track their source. It would be more relevant to my experience, but I'm retired from that sort of work at least.
Old technology is one of the few places the past can still be touched.
I wish I could say that, but it's an integral part of my job. Oh, it's just me trying and failing to do my job. Again.
A feeling you know well enough.
It's embarrassing, really. I'm overqualified for this position, and yet I can't even do the simplest tasks asked of me.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken.
I'm hired to perform any necessary maintenance on the arteries.
Technical words that only mean something to those with the prerequisite knowledge.
The wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes, except there are no cables or wires. Renotel has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now. No, actually, that's the only exception. It still runs on good old-fashioned cables. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing they taught me when I joined. The reason being, or so I heard, is that Renotel would incur a bill of such whopping proportion that it could risk the whole company going under. No further details, unfortunately. It's just one of those stories that gets circulated among the staff. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret, gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadow.
The result of non-competitive bidding and a bit of self-dealing on the part of the city's governing elite.
The owner of Renotel. The rich guy at the top of it all. The company is named after him. Imagine being the one man in charge of telecommunications across the city. I guess so. Doesn't make my job any easier, though. I can tell you that it's Renaultel's longest running and top performing fixed line. Must be just over a decade at this point. A testament to the reliability of the old wired system. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You know why now.
He really wants you to believe that.
It's the old payphone along the back way, west of the dock. Sure. Yes, one of the arteries is on the roof of this old factory building. Problem is, one of my many fares is going into places like that. Not a lot, unfortunately. I do collect magnets, though. That's probably the most fun thing about me.
Sounds like our man here is missing out on having a gang to confide in.
It's a lifetime hobby. I always carry a few around in my pocket, so I can see what surfaces they will stick to. Oh, well, that's good to know.
Your obsessions and secret passions have saved you more than once, and may yet again.
No, I didn't. Fascinating. I wish a magnet would erase parts of my life.
The disc blooms like ruby flowers in the reflection of his lenses. He looks to the distance, at the orange sun slowly dipping behind the silhouette of the city. The far-off hum of commuter traffic and the squawk of a seabird fills the uneasy silence between you.
It is, and I've barely noticed. Ever since I got here, I've been wearing a veil, hiding myself, not knowing who I am or what I'm doing. There's still time for us to figure it all out. We're in this together. Me, you, and everyone else. It might be a forever task. Anyway, enough doom and gloom.
Even if he doesn't like it, his position gives him purpose, direction. Sometimes that's enough.
Where to even start? I'm scared of heights, wild boars, drains, tuk-tuks, teenagers, the moon. You haven't been there.
He doesn't answer, at least not with words. No need when your body language matches a spider as it stiffly curls up in a ball to die.
Pretty much. That's part of what makes this job so hard. I take some reassurance in knowing I am not alone in my struggle. I've had them for about a decade. I only had one or two at first. then slowly acquired more and more over the years.
He grimaces, wearing the same look as when you asked him about the moon.
As I already said, I would rather not talk about it.
It's locked away deep inside, far away from the surface that he's comfortable presenting.
Then I shall be stuck with them for the rest of my life. Now please, let's move on to another topic. I have got myself into a bit of a predicament. Yes, I do need some help. You're right. I would just need you to go up to the roof of this building and run a standard check on the artery up there. Wonderful. You'll need this for starters.
The machine has a real heft to it. It means serious business.
Just plug this device into the artery once the diagnostics program prompts you. It should do the rest. Just pay attention to the report it gives you. I'll be right here if you need anything.
The fire door stands between you and the rest of your journey. Luckily, it's still wedged open with the piloter bomb.
You open the door and climb the...
Error code 204B. Incorrect permissions. Type info for additional details. Error code 204. Info, identifier type landline, info. Please info, pass in request. Info, please proceed to node 7B, sector PA. The machine hums, like a tired old man trying to stay alert. The terminal's screen flickers wearily. The matrix of lines and pixels representing the city. Renotel Diagnostics is intended. Device input accepted. Welcome, Renotel employee. Examining system. This may take a few minutes. Seconds turn into minutes as you watch the dots blinking on the monitor. It's not clear if the machine is doing anything at all. After what seems like a small eternity, the machine beeps and coughs up a brief report. System, 98.2%. One critical error. The device has a configuration problem that prevents it from working properly. You could, or... The issue will persist, and in turn, you should be able to talk to the prisoner from outside. Goodbye. The Renotel technician is waiting right where you left him.
Ah, you're back. You can go in and out as you please now. I disabled the locking mechanism so this ball can be retired now. Do you want it? Glad it's gone to a good home. Well, thank you for trying, but it doesn't matter. I've decided to quit my job. I've thought about it, and I've decided that I'll try to get back into electrical engineering. I don't care if it kills me. I can't live like this any longer. Suffering vertigo, shying from tunnels, looking for things I can't find.
The ex-technician shows no sign of hearing you. He doesn't even look back.
The fire door is closed, but no longer blocks entry.
The door sits inconspicuously inside its frame.
Welcome back. Quite the commotion down there. Please, have a seat. You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried to summon are carried away by the wind whistling through the metal.
That's not how it works. But maybe next time.
The pylon man offers a simple shrug.
You've come back.
Just as a crumb of thought appears to form, the loud coo.
You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried to summon are...
That's not how it...
The pine...
Quite the sight. He came barging through not long ago. There he is, talking to one of the dock workers. The music vendor? Only briefly. And the GM. Aside from that, he seemed to be rooting around for something. Inspecting some of the crates as he went by. Of course. If you've come back.
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind, and the answer comes naturally. You opened your inner eye and found the universe staring right back at you. What horrors will it visit upon you? Now it knows that you see its strings.
The pylon man turns his head ever so slightly.
The gate stands before you, still locked. Take the chain between the beak of our tall and crunch. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang.
The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent.
You return to the rack of clothing.
You let your eyes wander up and down the rack, aimless until they alight upon a post-white jacket, despoiled by an array of multicolored stains.
Smells like perfume, tequila, cigarettes. You slip it on and try to smooth down its faux fur mange. Your fingers come away with a coating of white powder. A white streak despoils you.
Those pot-bed teenagers wanted glitter. Give them tabloid grime, heartbreak on private jets, tonguing a dictator and suing your label on the same day. Put on the fur, smile never, watch 'em kneel.
Your eyes guided you to a real garment there, Menina. You could pass for one of those Lusian pop stars in that coat. Free of charge. See? Bargain. For you, 25 so.
The coat sends out one last bid. You turn away from the rack.
Good day. Oh, yes. When that bastardo Nestor ruined the city. Carmuna witnesses all the sorrows of Portofino. Oh, yes. Very handsome. Very suave. It was a gift for Nestor himself, so must have been some official.
The opera's best.
How do you know that? Better things to do here than to puzzle out your nonsense, Menina. Nestorismo happened. He invited everyone from the dye and silk unions and the superblock just for us to watch him turn his back. The superblock came to visit. We were all supposed to listen to some song in Nestor's office. But then the bastardo opened fire on their treaty and threw us all out.
The bomb that Probable gave her should have killed them all. You tried to picture Carolina older than 30, and find that you can't.
Yes, I remember.
Carmuna's eyes close with laughter, and for a moment, you see the young woman from the Palace of Culture more clearly than in any vision.
I stole those shoes, you know. Straight from a crate at the docks. We were like a little gang, all the girls. We'd take it in turns to distract the dock workers while the others looked for anything shiny. We were good girls, really. Fine by Carmuna. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
Goat Eyes taps his watch and shakes his head.
With pleasure. All right. Tell me what's on your mind. I'll be seeing you.
The bed welcomes you. The murmurs of Portofino fade into nothing, as do you. You return to the folded pants. You leave the trousers as they... cologne today. Only a faint metallic scent.
People don't always line up how you want them to. But don't worry. Look, I don't know how to ask this, but I need 100 soul before I can hand this over.
His balance is off today. He's favoring his left leg like the right one can't be trusted. Like it hurts.
The aforementioned complications. I'm sorry, baby girl. It is what it is. Standard Portofino bullshit is what? The meat was in the lot behind Mesquita al-Nur, a mosque in Old Viudas, way east. Tourists don't go there. Hell, most Portofirans don't. Poorer than the rest. Used to be butchers and livestock there. Slaughter lanes, lime tanks, cold rooms. Not a place for living these days. But people do. Anyway. Guy Holden wasn't the guy selling. Wrong voice, wrong accent, wrong smell, you know. Doubt he had your order, so I walked.
Old Vuda shifted around him. There was a route traced for him, but he veered off. Around the corner, a car kept waiting. Engine ticking. In the trunk, carpet and old rope.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Paid off a logistics clerk down in Kizak. Works one of the port depots. Would open it for me. A few hundred soul for 20 minutes. Yeah.
Who cares? Behold the guilt. How it drips from... No idea about the gun thing. Sorry.
Everything okay over there? I can hold on to this for you as long as you need. It's the least I can do. I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you.
You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried...
That's not up.
The pylon man offered...
You've come back.
Just as a crumb of thought.
You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried to...
That's not how it works. But maybe next time.
The pylon man offers a simple shrug.
You've come back.
Just as a crumb of thought.
You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried to summon...
That's not...
The pylon man offers a simple shrug.
You've come back.
Just as a crumb of thought appears to form, the pigeon coos again.
You've come back.
Whatever thoughts you tried...
That's not...
The pylon man offers...
You've come back.
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind, and the answer comes naturally. There's no meaning apart from what you think and experience. Not many are able to perceive the nature of things so clearly.
The pylon man turns his head ever so slightly.
You've come back.
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind, and the answer comes naturally. To be surrounded by those you know and whom you've allowed to know you in return. What self could ask for more?
The pylon man turns his head ever so slightly.
The gate stands before you. Take the chain between the beak of our tool and crunch. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang.
The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent.
Good day. Oh, yes. When that bust... Oh, yeah.
The opera's bare.
How do you know that? Better things to do here than Nestorism. The Super...
The bomb that You tried to picture Carolina older than...
Yes, I remember.
Carmuna's eyes close with laughter, and for a moment, you see the young woman from the Palace of Culture more clearly than in any vision.
I stole those shoes, you know. Straight from a crate at the docks. We were like a little gang. All the girls. We'd take it in turns to distract the dock workers while the others looked for anything shiny. Ah, we were good girls, really. Fine by Carmuna. Bazaar's closed.
You return to the rack of clothing.
You let your eyes wander up and down the rack, aimless until they alight upon a post-white jacket, despoiled by an array of multicolored stains.
Smells like perfume, tequila, cigarettes. A white streak despoils you.
Those pot-bed teenagers wanted glitter. Give them tabloid grime, heartbreak on private jets, tonguing a dictator and suing your label on the same day. Put on the fur, smile never, watch 'em kneel.
Your eyes guided you to a real garment there, Menina. You could pass for one of those Lusian pop stars in that coat. Free of charge. See? Bargain. For you, 25 so.
The coat sends out one last bid for your attention. I drop it. You turn away from...
wasn't it you running around here causing chaos before? Everyone's talking about it.
Anonymity is your most precious asset. Salvage what you can of its ruin.
Oh. Okay.
Unconvinced. Unbothered.
While you're here, can you take a look at this?
A young woman turns from a store of party wigs and beaded necklaces to thrust a photograph under your nose. A hooded burrow. She the mouse within. This must be the girl the kids by the TV mentioned. The one whose father was eaten by a payphone. The photograph shows a robust man well into his 60s. He is unremarkable save his eyes, which are magnified to comedic proportions by the thick lens spectacles in front of him.
Have you seen him before? How do you know about that? Oh. Yeah, he's been missing a few days. Right, I should have started with that, I guess. His name's Enoch Clance.
Her eyes are bloodshot, hair lank.
I'm just worried. I told him watching too much TV was making him crazy.
Television doesn't destroy minds, you fool. It molds them.
No, I mean, that's the most likely scenario, right? Ugh, this is kind of embarrassing. My dad developed this insane theory about the payphone to the western exit of the bazaar.
Hold on, Operan. This is the phone Yana mentioned. The one even you now know is tapped.
Dad thought certain words said into the right phone gets your attention from the wrong people. He was convinced Emter was behind it all. Dad and his friend Gilmar were big into conspiracies. They were obsessed with the reality situation. They really bought all that stuff. They seem pretty random. Cousins, moon, reunion. His friend Gilmar called him from that phone after he'd spent the night following around some Emter guys. They were both big into the conspiracy stuff. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. Yeah. He looked for Gilmar for 2 weeks. Reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing.
Why would Emter care about a couple of impressionable old men?
Bagman did an episode on them, and so Gilmar started following random people, thinking they were from the bank. Not long after, he roped my dad into it. Guys in expensive business suits, usually. Foreign accents, verbally abusive, and tight with their money. Except when it comes to treating a client. Normal, rich guy stuff. Hitting up the bars and shouting abuse at the local drunks. And then they disappeared into penthouses where they couldn't be followed. Miriajo did, but Gilmar stayed out. And then he called my dad around 2 in the morning. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. It's not funny. My dad was really freaked. I asked him if the phone call was all a nightmare or if he forgot Gilmar was going on a trip. I thought maybe the show was getting into his head, you know? Dad really believed it, though. He looked for him for 2 weeks, reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing.
Why would Emter care about a couple of impressionable old men?
A couple days ago, he stopped by the stall to bring me lunch. Then he said he was going to make a call. I wasn't nervous at first. I figured there was no risk of anything actually happening. And then he didn't come home.
Washing out the container that carried homemade rice and beans. Glancing out the window above the sink as the sun goes down.
No. I mean, he just can't leave things alone when he gets an idea into his head.
Momentarily, the mumbling from the nearby stalls hushes, listening.
Anyway, you want a wig? I hear they make you fun at parties. Yeah, they're right there. Take a look. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
Ah, you found me. As you can see, I didn't get very far. I'm still here, still a Renotel technician.
Sadness fills his movements like a sludge.
I'm still considering it. I thought perhaps if I stayed a while at this tree, it would help clear my head. No, not entirely. But that's not the tree's fault. Peaceful, isn't it? Taking my breaks under this tree might be the part of my job I most look forward to now. Because it isn't native to Portofino, or really this part of the world at all. The old Lusians planted it back when this place was a penal colony. Under the first illuminated empire, they planted these trees wherever they settled. If you see one, it means the old illuminated empire was here. The old Lusian ginkgo. All Lusian ginkgos are effectively clones of a single original. It's this quality that causes them to shed their leaves simultaneously, no matter the latitude or season. It's a major feast day in Lusian culture. Of course, no one knows exactly when the leaves will fall. My abuela used to take me to the shrine to Canopus outside our town. There would always be local officials there making political speeches. No, I used to hide in the shrines while they talked. I thought they were very boring. Anyway, I found myself paying more attention to things like this tree lately. It seems to be calling to me. Same as everyone else, mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals. In my case, on behalf of the Illuminated Empire, La Luz.
He hid it well. What else could he be hiding?
Not for any good reason. It hardly supports life, but is all too ready to offer up a drawn-out death. I saw much of it out there.
Burned to the inside of his eyes.
Statistically, there is more death happening around us here, but it is much crueler on the moon. Perhaps because the spirit is divorced from its home soil and cannot so easily return. It's what gives me hope that one day I will find peace. Of course, it makes the encroaching inevitability of my own death easier to deal with, too. As do I. It's a It? Is that what you said? It? Is that a...
Detecting low levels of it here. Seems his return hasn't solved that particular problem at all.
What about it? I wish I could say that. Right you are.
No flyers, no pamphlets. You've already swept today. It only needs to be swept once a day. Pick up your feet when you...
The sleek metal call box stands guard. This must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much. A camera. The camera does not blow a kiss back.
Private residence. Please state your business. No. Are you? Then we are both not Reno. The business has concluded for now. I mean, I have no idea about any business Mr. Reno might have.
Both of those things can't be true.
No, I simply misspoke. Too bad for you, as I decide what the facts are here. You sure don't look like one of them.
You step away from the... The sleek metal core. This must be Reno's place.
Private residence. Please, they're already up here. Have been for a while. Specialist. I do like the sound of that. All right. Come on up.
The cover of the book is the first thing that catches your eye. Hand-painted, blood-adorned. The text reads, Blood-Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra. The title jars a memory, Holocene engrossed within its pages. Maybe the only time he was oblivious to the world.
Science fiction as a genre is utterly misunderstood by the majority, Cascade. It often contains the only ideas worth ideating.
You've never read it, but you feel like you've basically read it. An attempt to escape, maybe. One not diverting enough to drown out the incessant knocking of the world. A couple of chapters from the end. You are preparing to strike the cruelest blow. With a furtive glance over your shoulder, you slip the book into your pocket. The figure in the other sealed full bodysuit gives you a stiff nod. Your head inclines and the suit inclines with it, just barely. The plasticky fabric creasing and letting out a high-pitched sound. The figure shakes, not its head, but sort of the whole top half of its body.
First things first, I know what you're thinking. And this isn't my cat.
Once again, you appear to have crossed paths with this strange man.
I sensed that it was only a matter of time before we came face to face again. But I wasn't sure you'd find your way up here.
You may have gotten the better of him in the bazaar, but he's a step ahead here. Keep your guard up. This lapdog of the techno-fascists has been following your scent with impunity.
You know, I recognized you at Photo 24. A serendipitous coincidence, truly. I knew you'd been shelled these last few years. But of course, a man of my stature must have a keen eye for the talent. You know, I almost didn't recognize you under that hood, Herschel. Pretty sneaky, pretty good.
The sound of your name on his tongue. Unnatural, upsetting. Turn this situation around immediately.
I'll tell you all about it. It is taking shape as we speak. Of course, Herschel. Why else would I seek you out if not to exchange knowledge, skills, and expertise? To live, to laugh, perchance to love? Don't get hung up on that last part, Herschel. It was just a flash of inspiration. Our friendship goes way back, and I wouldn't want anything to soil it, you know.
Way back. Where? His face drops.
That's a very cruel joke, Herschel. 5 years gone, and that's how you greet your friends.
No entries in archives, systems, or communications. Expand in search. The crew's in here. He's not in it.
This pretense of ignorance is really hurtful. Really, I expected you'd treat your old colleague, Ignatz, a little better than this.
To you, he has never happened. You've certainly never been colleagues. Wait, Ignatz, the name from Taxman's ledger.
You remember me now, of course. I know. I've changed.
The coat. It's a recent acquisition.
Gotta say, Herschel, your tradecraft is pretty good.
Stagecraft. Absolute amateur.
If this ignorance is revenge for the hard time I gave you earlier, it's pettier of you than I expected. Herschel, the emotional dagger is dull, but you still manage to make me bleed.
Upon further review, maybe he's the one having the episode.
You and I, we're on the same level. We've always understood each other. And so my desires are nothing covetous. I'm simply offering you the excellent opportunity to work together again. Just like in the old days.
Highly suspicious. Warrants further investigation. Approach cautiously. There may yet be gold hidden in that repulsive coat.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Purebred, probably. They have papers when they're this beautiful. There's no reason to assume this is Mr. Reno's cat. Herschel, envy does not suit a person of your capabilities. The reality is that I have this cat, whilst you have exactly 0 cats. Just an animal? Herschel, this cat is magnificent. Look at it. Look at the fur, the color, the tail. It's beautiful. You're lucky this cat doesn't speak or understand human. Otherwise, it would be very displeased. I don't know yet, but whatever it is, I know it will be okay, because this cat will be there. I know. We need to restrain ourselves, or it'll be all we discuss. You're thinking very short-term, Herschel. I'm disappointed. In my new position, I've developed a number of very highly placed sources.
Big, if true.
I must say that they are pure and full of heart, much like this cat. Your old friend Ignatz has been moving up in the world. I'm on a very complex and sensitive assignment on behalf of my new employer. Secret treaties will be discussed in a matter of days in this very apartment. Your old asset Ignatz is here, preparing the field, so to speak. Fucking leaks, Herschel. Unbelievable. Who was it? You can't blame me for trying, Herschel. I'm a go-getter, you know this. Nice try. You know I can't tell you that. Don't worry, it is not the bank. A man's got to know who he is and who he isn't. Otherwise, who is he? Please, Herschel, that's a very offensive term to use. Some of them are very honorable people. Servants of the state, like you. Maybe. There are many states of mind, after all, but only one state of being. In any event, it's a very unusual arrangement. I'm basically de facto lead on this assignment. Currently, I'm overseeing the sanitation technicians. It may seem pedestrian, but in reality the responsibility could only be handled by someone at the level of de facto lead. You see before you the aftermath of a soiree organized by the owner of this place, Mr. Reno, and those leaky empty animals. My new employer suspects some pre-game empty mindfuckery. Work with me and I'll tell you all about it. These aren't normal cleaners, Herschel, despite how you may perceive them. If they came in their true form, it would arouse many suspicions. Someone has to supervise the cleanup work. Someone capable and well-balanced. Someone attuned to secrets and their troublesome capacity to become common truths. Think like an animal, Herschel. They don't look at the stars and ask themselves if they are really alone in the universe. They just drag themselves from sick pleasure to sick pleasure. Distractions from having to fathom their place in a dark and endless universe. Does it not? Or perhaps you just asked the wrong question. Rituals of good living. I light candles to Aldebaran, who governs the hustle. I work out at the gym. I don't discharge my essence too often. It is all in the routines. Please, Herschel, let's not act like we're not both people of the world. Thank you, Herschel. It's very straightforward. I'd like you to take some wildlife photography. I would like to see some leaky animals in their natural habitat, doing what such animals do. You misunderstand me. I'm not concerned with the bank's wayward negotiators. I've identified a different target embedded in the talks, of a far more secretive nature. One of the men providing physical security for these upcoming talks is a filthy carabinero rat. He's leaking information to his controller. I need a photo of this leaking in action. The carabineros act as empty security detail for the upcoming talks, and just like their masters, are notorious for their unreliability and corruption. I suspect the carabinero rat is readying itself to jeopardize the discussions. If you accept the job, I'll tell you all about them. Herschel, you of all people should know that power differentials matter. My new employers have trusted me with this site here, which is of much greater importance. Seriously? Does the opera expect you to subsist on charity? Things must be even worse under post-historical materialism than they say. Fortunately for you, I will be supplying the camera on this assignment. This is a one-time opportunity. I need you committed before this place is cleaned up. I'd hate for you to miss out on a chance for us to collaborate again. I have ascertained the filthy carabinero, and I have also ascertained his controller. All you need to do is get them on film together. If you prove yourself a capable sub-lead, I'm sure we could come to some mutually beneficial and totally unofficial agreement. Everyone comes out ahead, except the leaky animals. I get rid of a problem, and you'll receive some information that will make your life and the opera's much more interesting. Maybe back home you are, but the opera's stuck in their old way. You need the skilled, gentle, and contemporary hand of Ignatz to guide you. Very good, Herschel. The animal you're looking for always wears half his uniform, even of ours. You'll know him by his corrupt, sleazy demeanor, his dead eyes, and dark, floppy hair. Truly, an unappealing individual. In a proper society, he'd be euthanized or at least kept indoors. A local woman, about your age, with a mole on her cheek. It took all my skills and training to ascertain their true identity. They meet every day on the bridge that's east of the bazaar roundabout. A great place for some filthy fucking animals to do their leaky business, apparently. You'll need to use this camera. It's a very special piece of technology, but the film inside of it is even more special. Make sure you use it.
How about a self-portrait or a still shot of a beautiful landscape?
My new employers have different ideas about privacy and conscience than you or I. But I can't judge. Another man's house, another man's rules. They're trying to build a post-historical final society, with a final man as its subject. So naturally they can't have old-style thoughts going around. That's how I understand it, at least.
A psychographic camera.
I'm not saying they can. I'm saying they are. It's not like here or in Superblock, Herschel. My new employers do not fuck around. They have cameras everywhere, taking photographs with this exact film.
A machine to picture the inner workings of the soul. A miracle of light, glass, and chemicals to preserve that which has so rarely been known.
Please, Herschel. The poor woman does not exist. It's a mere fabrication by the lonely, deprived mind of a small business owner. No. A de facto counterintelligence lead cannot risk being seen in the same place twice. Our enemies are very attuned to patterns, and so forth. Once you've got the photos developed, meet me on the rooftops of the housing campaign. Any night. Just one quality photograph of the Carabinero leaking in the wild will do. Make sure you get the woman too, his controller. And try not to call attention to yourself. These are highly dangerous individuals. I'm sure I don't need to explain. Herschel, I thought you would be coming here for your old friend Ignaz. I am disappointed, but also empathetic. This makes one live longer. That's what the latest literature says, at least. Mr. Reno, I believe, is in the kitchen, waiting for this operation to conclude. Tempo? Our old crewmate. What about him? What do you mean, dead? No, I never touched him. Besides, I figure he's just disappeared again. Probably on vacation. Very good. I'll be waiting. It's a pleasure to be working together again.
You have never.
Oh, hello. You're with the cleaners, I take it.
The man stares around the room in bewildered horror, unable to focus on you.
Good. Good. Have you perhaps seen my model train? I suspect one of your colleagues may have misplaced it.
Stop all the clocks. A purloined model kit. This investigation is priority alpha. Still looking around the room. He doesn't really register what you've just said.
I'm Reno, or Renotel. What can I do for you? I really don't want to get into it now.
The man seems to be locked in a kind of eternal struggle with his environment.
Of course. He's the cleaning coordinator. I've been assured The Lusians are handling his bill. She's magnificent, isn't she? She's got 3 coats.
White and silver entwined, softness that should be light. But if you plunged your fingers into her fur, you'd find it thick and deep. A feline ancestor stalks the dark, snowy forests of Scar's land, while the cold forces other animals to shelter. The Scar's cat paces through, leaving only deep prints from thick furred paws and the blood of its prey behind.
Where to even start? It's an extremely rare kit. A type 04X. Chrysanthemum sorrel. I'd really like to find it. That's right. Warner's head of design is an old friend, actually. I'd really like it back. Yes.
He throws a searching look at the empty shelf, as if expecting his precious chrysanthemum sorrow to have materialized at the evocation of its name.
Oh, thank you. It must be around here somewhere. Be well.
Goat Eyes taps his watch and shakes his head.
I'll be seeing you.
Loneliest of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Goodbye. Lonely.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate. This man is no would-be passenger. He craves to be the track, to be wheeled and chewed upon without remorse.
Am I? She is powerful. She is all-consuming, tenacious, unrivaled, strongest. Yes, very happy to. Always have been. I was beginning to think I didn't need this, any of this. That maybe the broken train was a sign to just move on, if I could. But you're right, of course. I crave a state of railwayness. I see it all now. My desires are clear. Lolita must roll upon me like thunderous locomotion. I should do. And then meet my friend the ambassador at the table to discuss terms. Oh yes, this. Too small for me now. Love is hell, isn't it?
Suddenly, you sense something between the two halves of the train. A dark magnetic energy. What you are detecting is the potential for this shattered train to be used as a blackmail tool. Use it to pry open the junior negotiator. Or, now that you have both parts, you could try repairing it and returning it to Reno, its true owner.
Goodbye. Be well.
I'll print. Go on, then. Tragic what the Lusians do to their old colonies, displacing all those poor souls, forcing them to abandon their homes, and that's the lucky ones. Not to mention the reunions affecting us too. You've got refugees washing up here day and night, speaking in gibberish, making a mess. They don't even try to integrate. Don't give me that look. You know what I meant. The Lusians have to be stopped. That's my final word on the matter. Of course. Something else on your mind? That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last in Portofino, hasn't it? To the north, beyond Party Alley, once you see the Palace of Culture, walk due west. I hope you weren't planning to walk there. It's on the other side of the city. You'll need to take an aero trap. Oh, the big one? It's over on the west side of Party Alley. Go up some steps and it's in the middle of a little plaza in the shadow of the hill. Head south and you're guaranteed to find it. It's just east of the roundabout and west of the backways. Hardly. It's just around the corner. Walk west a ways and you'll find yourself right in the plaza. Of course, Operan. Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here if you require anything.
The fax machine lies dormant. You turn away. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade.
This calls for a sub-story. Here you go.
Assuming I believe you, which I don't, your proposal is for the opera to allow itself to be extorted by the Azori mob? That's what I'm hearing? No. The bursar's not going to let you play around with the opera's funds. Try again. Luck and skill, operant.
Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade.
Time to flip this situation on its head. It's your controller who needs to give you the reason.
Oh God, be serious. You're not suggesting this is about nominalism, are you?
No entries. Sounds fake and made up. You're not suggesting it. She is.
But that's the thing with these new watchwords. All you have to do is say, this initiative supports our nominal pillar, and they'll throw gobs of resources at you, whether anything comes of it or not. You know, it feels a bit like casting a magic spell, a very cynical one, that grants you loads of money without obligation. I feel slightly disgusted with myself, but maybe with all that money I can get some less abrasive soap from the commissary. I let the bursar's office know we've discovered an unexpectedly nominal dimension to this assignment. Hopefully that should be worth a decent infusion for your purposes. Enjoy your infusion. Get yourself something nice. An unprofessional question.
Her sigh crackles in your ear.
It was fine. Almost over. I packed a supper for the train home. Nothing special. Just my usual. It's a long journey. Not much to see. Nothing to do. Especially after dark. Mostly just my own reflection in the glass. City lights zipping by. It's peaceful.
The heavy thud and sway of the Cohilan National Railway. She knows every jerk and bend along the route.
Maybe. I've certainly had the thought. What would I do if I saw you one day? At large in Ovessa like a real person, and not just a little photograph paperclip to a file. Nothing. I'm sure, but I can't. My job is to be your tether, not just to the opera, but to yourself. In theater, work can be excruciatingly lonely. You spend all day hiding yourself from the world, acutely attuned to a million possible threats. It's amazing. I don't know how any of you do it.
Hear that? She thinks we're amazing.
I can't be your connection to yourself if you're also connected to me. I know. Now, good night, Cascade. I'll drink to your health.
A click, and she's gone. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The murmurs of Portofino fade into nothing, as do you.
No flyers, no pamphlets. Well, you know the drill. Don't know what we'd do without you. Pick up your feet when you walk.
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy.
Didn't I tell tell you to?
Immediate terror. Real, unfeigned, unkinky terror.
That? Where did you get that? I don't take questions from broke, androgynous. Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. I don't owe you answers. You're a food token collector. A lumpenprobe.
He wrenches himself away from you and pushes the receiver against his ear.
This is all Metamoto. He's been plotting to undermine me for years. Didn't I tell you to?
Immediate terror.
That? Where did you get that? Metamoto is trying to destroy me. Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. May I? Why are you wasting my fucking time?
He wrenches himself away from you and pushes the receiver.
This is all Metamoto. He's been plotting to undermine me for years.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder. Effa red and black special editions are lined up behind the sheet of glass. So close, yet so distant. The coins vanish with a jangle. Nothing. Maybe this machine fears you. Maybe it doesn't want to give away a part of itself to a stranger, but market conditions demand it. Automated, unfeeling commerce stares back at you. It is no coincidence that the contraption before you mirrors the proportions of a coffin. The machine doesn't care about your financial situation. Either it receives your money, or you do not exist. Something rattles within the machine's guts. The coffees sway gently. None fall from their rack. Your hands glimpse the machine's full weight as it rocks back and forth. Still, it does not give up the red and black special edition coffee. And possibly every round. No cologne today, only a faint metallic scent.
People don't always line up how you want them to. But don't worry. Look, I don't know how to ask this, but I need 100 soul before I can hand this over.
His balance is off today. He's favoring his left leg like the right one can't be trusted. Like it hurts.
The aforementioned complications. I'm sorry, baby girl. It is what it is. Standard Portofino bullshit is what? The meat was in the lot behind Mezquita al Nur, a mosque in old Viudas, way east. Tourists don't go there. Hell, most Portofirans don't. Poorer than the rest. Used to be butchers and livestock there. Slaughter lanes, lime tanks, cold rooms. Not a place for living these days. But people do. Anyway. The guy holding wasn't the guy selling. Wrong voice, wrong accent, wrong smell, you know. Doubt he had your order, so I walked.
Old Vuda shifted around him. There was a route traced for him, but he veered off. Around the corner, a car kept waiting. Engine ticking. In the trunk, carpet and old rope.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Paid off a logistics clerk down in Kizak. Works one of the port depots. But open it for me. A few hundred soul for 20 minutes. Yeah.
He is lying to you, but not in the way you think. His night was worse than that. He took some genuine risks to get you this gun. He's been through a lot worse. It's written across his face.
Everything okay over there?
He takes the cash, neatly, and tucks it into his vest.
Swear on Rostam's name. You won't regret this.
Triple-stitched premium nylon. Expensive. Inside, a familiar sight. A Roram mapped 12B. Heavy-framed, semi-automatic. Manufactured in Kino's Gambit. Slide coated in dark grey finish. Fixed barrels ported. Machined for high accuracy pressure. Next to the weapon, two 12-round magazines wrapped in waxed paper. The young man studies you, not daring to ask. He came through.
I'm sorry about the, unexpected fuckery.
The look of a kid pretending to be an adult in a room full of consequences.
I'm getting that sense, yeah. So, you off, baby girl? Or you want to chat some more? You know I'm always here for you.
And just like that, warmth radiates from him once more. If only it were that easy for you.
I'll be seeing you.
You pick up the payphone's handset, A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. There is only one, Melita, your controller. Your lifeline, should you ever need it. It's certainly possible, though any benefit to doing so is unclear. Don't start wasting your time with prank calls, Operant. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You tap out some numbers devoid of reason or thought. Surprisingly, the phone starts ringing immediately. Could be anyone about to pick up. A total stranger, their life intruded. Your breathing is amplified by the transmitter held at your mouth. A clunk. You hear the ambience of another room. An exhale. Then something wet being chewed on over and over. No words. The person on the other end just keeps chewing. If they have the ability to speak, they choose not to use it. In the background, the creak of wood, an aging door used only by the wind. A half grunt that reveals nothing. Suddenly, the line goes dead. They hung up. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. A bottle sits in wet surrender among the grime. The label, damp but still holding strong, reads, Vishnia Schnapps on tour. You snatch up the bottle and realize it's unopened, and therefore uncontaminated. You are faced with two options. Return it to the father at the top of the ladder, or keep it. You find yourself before the old Lusian ginkgo once more. Yes, and you're still just an ape, and not even a particularly distinguished example. You leave the old Lusian ginkgo to its business.
Hi again, sweetie. The Gap? What do you know of the Gap? The Gap is the most advanced case of erotic fixation I have ever seen. I've been in the deviancy game for years, and I cannot uncover its true nature. So what's your interest in the Gap? You're a friend of his? A therapist, maybe? Oh, his work sounds very... I shouldn't talk about clients. But the Gap itself, well, I just can't help it. Seriously, hon. I have a canny method I've been using for years, and it's never failed before Frederick and his Gap. I think you'll have to torture it out of him. Oh, Hon, I don't know. I've never tried to teach anybody before, and I have so much I should be doing.
She keeps glancing at those dirty dishes. You could offer to help while she explains.
I see you thinking about the dishes. Come on. I'll explain if you help me fettle this lot. All right, sweetie. I'll wash. You dry.
You rest your hip against the counter, angling yourself towards her as she plunges her hands in and out of the sink, filled to the brim with bubbles. The dishes she hands you are hot, clean, and lemon-scented. She picks up a small plastic teapot from the water, a child's toy.
You're so funny. No, listen. If you were to describe this object, you might go for the material, color, decoration. It's plastic, pink, has a crown on the side, and you'd be correct. But you'd also miss the part of the object that makes it what it is, makes it work, gives it purpose, because that's actually what the object doesn't have. It's the empty space inside.
She tips the teapot, pouring water full of glitter and petals into the sink.
Exactly. Clever thing. People are defined by their desires way more than by their possessions. But that's just the concept. How you actually pull off the method is much harder. You have to be like mist, vapor, something that can fill an unseen shape. Then you work out its edges. It'll be easier to just show you. But do you have any questions first? No one taught me. It grew out of a game my sister and I used to play.
She dunks a handful of cutlery into the water, swishes it around, then hands it to you.
It sounds silly. We would pretend we could reach inside other people, things. Then we'd just describe what we found. Then, the more we did it, the more we realized we didn't actually need to pretend. We could, I think at first just silly things. Figuring out what someone was going to say before they said it. Freaking people out. Saying what was on their mind. But as we got older, we started practicing on each other. Or she started practicing on me, and I had to join in. She would lie just to see if she could get away with it. I was always better, you know. You have to leave your own personality behind. Forget yourself. No ego, no cleverness. Just let yourself sway, fitting whatever shape you find.
Become foam gang.
No one. Well, my kids might disagree. If one of them breaks something, I can always tell who.
She lifts a soapy hand from the water and blows on her palm, sending a little cloud of bubbles flying at you.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? Of course. That's the point of the method. Secrets that people hide from one another, from themselves.
A bubble escapes the sink, a floating haphazard dirigible until she pops it, decisively with her index finger.
Okay, well, we can stop at any point if you don't like it. But you'll feel this.
Thousands of tiny bubbles cling to the dishes. Your hands, they float and pop, following all the contours of your fingers. You feel them in your mind.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry. Won't go far. Relax. This is part of the process.
She giggles as she pours into your head, tracing lightly over your psyche. Bubbles float around the spaces between your memories.
I'm going to bring you with me now.
You feel the bubbles coalescing around you, supporting you, lighter than air. You're afloat in the space of your own ego.
Find an empty space. Feel around the edges. See if you can tell what it is. I can see a big one. I'll send you in alone. Your mind is yours.
She purses her lips and blows, lightly, sending you off like a dandelion puff into the nothingness of Herschel Wilk. Your body dissolves, separates, but coheres. You can still feel hard edges against you, even as your mind splits into pieces. Laughter, trust, the warm echo particular to nights at the fogged mirror. The shape is large and bulging. It seems made up of distinct figures, some more connected than others, but all touching. 6 of them. The shape clarifies as you pour and grow, gaining definition and texture, flashes of color. You find a table, drinks, one man rolling a cigarette, another holding 2 glasses. You find a young man in a colorful robe, suspiciously off to the side. A girl with thick bangs and a thicker scarf, a pair of loafer pins, Then the gift-wrapped box they came in. Your whole sick crew. The certainty jolts you back together. Space suddenly cramped and full. You become aware of the floorboards, the hot water on your hands.
Oh, Juan. I'm sorry that you're missing your friends. Maybe this is your sign to get them back. And that's all there is to it.
She exhales happily, giving her kitchen a satisfied look.
Now, go try it on poor Frederick, and let's find out what this gap is all about. Just make sure you come back and tell me when you do. See you later.
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. Warily. Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. You draw on the teachings of Duchess, splitting your psyche into a Herschel-esque fog. You haunt the young man, streaming in through his ears and nostrils. He can feel you inside him. He's jammed with spy particles and he loves it. You dive deeper, splitting as you explore the caverns and folds of his consciousness. It is dotted with empty spaces, a childhood pet, a motor scooter, a Marillion SJ6, top speed 90 kilometers per hour, 150cc engine, entry-level model popular with metropolitan professionals and a subset of hardcore national chauvinists. None of these carry the awesome psychosexual fright of the gap. Keep looking. You float down into the abyssal zone of the subconscious. At this depth, the voids move. Predatory shapes, sharp teeth. You perceive the erotic glow of the gap among them. Suppressed memories, intrusive thoughts, unfulfilled desires and abandoned dreams. They're all pissed off. You shape your own consciousness into a fist, swing it at the thronging voids. It makes contact, pouring through the thing's mouth and splitting it into pieces. An empty space, its surface taut to the point of vibration with pure pre-orgasmic tension. You slip in, finer than fog. You dissipate and expand, streaming outwards into the void. But as you grow, so does it. The edges move beyond reach, ever growing, a self-generating vast emptiness.
Yes. You're making it bigger. Silhouette. The gap. The luminous gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the Minister of Mass Culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The gap in the Grand Lich's official itinerary. Unknown even to enter. Wide enough for a bullet to go through. Whatever takes place inside this gap, it'll almost certainly be after the ginkgo has shed its leaves.
You trivialize its mysteries when you talk about the gap this way. But yes, what you say is technically accurate. I also didn't understand at first. I thought it was just some primitive mind games our counterparties were playing. I thought once the gap closed, the negotiations would begin. But I had it all wrong. Not at all. I've come to grasp that the true negotiations have been with the gap all along. No one on our side is permitted to know, except for my superior, but they're keeping this knowledge very close.
The name, the one that made him sputter.
The High Priestess of the Gap. I don't know her real name. To me, she's only Silhouette.
A cryptonym, meaning...
She's our best in Portofino, and the only one on our side who knows the nature of the gap.
A name, the last thing to be traded away.
In the central plaza at Party Alley, there's a little two-seater bar, very easy to miss. She's there every night. That's where we perform our daily stand-ups. Tell me, how did you... You're like her, somehow.
A rivulet of blood emerges from his nostril. He wipes it away with his jacket sleeve. Shortness of breath, pale, sweaty complexion, nosebleeds, symptoms of hypertension.
That's what this is? A mercy dismissal. Would you like some Nurofen? I don't think I need it all anymore. I hope it helps you with your work. If you'll just let me say some goodbyes.
You've wrung what you need from this limp rag. Time to move on. He turns back to the payphone and slowly picks up the receiver once more.
With pleasure. All right. Tell me, I'll be seeing you.
Hi again, sweetie. Well, hon, out with it. No. Oh my goodness. That's why I couldn't work it out. There's nothing in the space. To think. That tormented me for so long, hon. Well, thank you for solving a mystery. I appreciate it. Silly as it all turned out to be. So funny. See you later.